Oh,
Hey.
wait. Forgot. One more thing.
Oh no. Frank and Panny, what's up? Dakadoon, what's up? Other hidden individuals, how are you? What's up? Other anonymous viewers, how are you? Ratio. Oh, and you're gone. Well, actually, you're gone for 345 seconds. So enjoy
What do you
that.
think of Arab politics?
What kind of a question really is?
What do you think of Caucasian politics?
Saudi politics, or Moroccan politics, or Tunisian politics, or you know what I mean? It's
What do you think of the politics of the Caucasus?
01, what's up? Good to see you in chat. I hope.
I hope.
Maybe this is kind of what I need, honestly.
Yeah.
Audio in the gentleman below is too quiet. Hold on, let me see if I can figure that out. Is this better? Is this better?
Yeah. That's way better. Way better.
Sometimes my mic mysteriously gets a little quiet.
It's not me.
I'm about to bring it knows I'm about to bring the fucking thunder, and it gets scared.
All right. Like you can always call me on it, right? And be like, Johnny, are you trying to silence me? I feel like you're trying to silence my voice, right? And I will always be totally willing to just show you, like, no, see right there, see your volume's turned all the way up, all the way.
I see.
Just server mute, server deafen. These are good features to have. Disconnect.
What are you disconnecting? You're disconnecting me? So what's been going on in the world, everybody?
I literally have barely even been paying attention to what's going on. I have been starting my mornings watching Al Jazeera for 4 hours, so I have no idea. I know that something's going on with Yemen. I know that much.
Yeah, Yemen. Yeah, Yemen. Things in Yemen are heating up. It started out with drones being shot down, Yemeni drones that were being shot down, and then
from space.
As a result, Yemen started a blockade of the Red Sea, and now the United States is pretty much floating the idea of armed conflict with Yemen at this point. So,
but I think that it's not even does Yemen have a sitting government right now? Because I thought it was just a faction of the Houthis.
Well, I apologize for my ignorance on this, but is Yemen still two countries currently?
I am honestly not sure. Is Yemen currently two countries? After World War I, the Mutawalakite Kingdom of Yemen was established, which became the Yemen Arab Republic, North Yemen, in 1962. Following a coup, South Yemen became independent in 1967. In 1990, the two Yemeni states united to form the modern Republic of Yemen.
Okay, so there's no longer two Yemens anymore. Just needed to touch base on that. I mean, you would think Yemen would already have a pretty unsavory view of the United States based on the funding and support that the Saudi government receives to genocide, or whatever, however you want to refer to that situation. I definitely do need to do more reading on the situation in Yemen. Hello, hey, what's up, Powerful Finger? Good to see you.
The population
governed by Ansarallah. Houthis is much larger than not. They've been recognized as official by Saudi.
Okay. Well, I know that
before or after the Saudi, before or after the Saudis engaged in the warfare against Yemen. Is that still ongoing? Is that still ongoing?
I think it has been, but the way U.S. official policy phrased it is that we wouldn't be actively, we'd be passively supporting them in doing that, or
The Houthi Saudi
something.
Arabian conflict is an ongoing armed conflict between
Okay.
the Royal Saudi Armed Forces and the Iran-backed Yemeni Houthi forces that has been taking place in the Arabian Peninsula, including the southern Saudi regions of Asir, Jazin, and Najran, and northern Yemeni governance of Saada, Al-Jawaf, and Haja. So apparently there's still an ongoing conflict there. After the war, yeah, I mean that's kind of what I think that's what confused me about your statement, is that you were saying that like the Saudis are recognizing them, but it seems like there's still an ongoing conflict
So
against the Houthi forces.
what I could do for us right now is I could pull up this video right here. Right.
So who are the
Yeah.
Who are the Houthis?
Well, hold on. Can you just bring this up real quick?
Surely.
I think that's a little bit more to the point. Here's like just the wiki page on the Saudi Houthi conflict. I just kind of want to
Okay. Yeah. Let's
get right into the gristle of it, if you don't mind. All right. So the Houthis.
Sorry, I just wanted to make it bigger so that way, like, everybody can
Yeah, it's
see what
fine.
you're reading.
So the Houthi Saudi Arabian conflict is an ongoing armed conflict between the Royal Saudi. Okay, that's the part that I just read. Over the course of the conflict, the Houthis have carried out attacks on military bases and outposts in Saudi Arabia. Just go down. I'm not super concerned about the background real quick. Can you go down to like what's like the most recent time in the timeline? Show me the most recent year, 2023.
Enhance.
Lots of stuff going on here, guys.
Lots of stuff.
Lots of stuff.
Lots of stuff.
September 23, a Houthi attack killed an officer and soldier of the Bahrain Defense Forces and wounded several others after a drone attacked their position on the Saudi Arabian border in Yemen. By 30th September 23, a third and fourth soldier from Bahrain was confirmed dead. Okay, so this definitely is like something that appears to be cooling down. If that's the only like flashpoint into all of 2023, and it seems like it's Bahrain in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, not to mention, like, you know, it's been lots of stuff has happened since September of 2023.
Onyx Squared, how are you? Thanks for being here.
Especially like the following month of 2023.
Oh, Onyx Squared, you converted from a Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub. Thank you so much for that, Onyx. That's so greatly appreciated.
The military force of Bahrain. The Bahrain is under direct
Why were the
command.
Bahrainian forces there? Are they stationed there as part of a united force? I don't know. I would say that Yemen is probably my single least confident Arabic country. No, that's not true. You want to talk about Iran a little bit? You want to talk
For
about a
the
little...
article from AP, fourth soldier from Bahrain dies of wounds after Yemen's Houthi rebels attack troops on the Saudi border. So here for everybody else, you know, who didn't know where Bahrain was, right? There's Bahrain, and here's Yemen down here.
I like how Yemen has like a transparent name.
Right, like, you know,
for some reason, like it's just like barely visible.
it's like just, you know,
Shows what how the Associated Press really feels.
right.
Bahrain is part of an army called the Peninsula Shield. They intervened to break up the demonstrations in Bahrain in 2011, and these forces are made up of all the Arab Gulf countries.
Huh.
Damn, Bahrain is like a teardrop. Yeah. Bahrain is just a little face tattoo. On Saudi Arabia.
Fuck. Oh my god. And look, here's Qatar. You know, here's the UAE. Which one of these is where like it's basically just like a port for like the US naval fleet? Dubai, United Arab Emirates, a fourth Bahraini soldier has died of wounds from an attack earlier this week by Yemen's Houthi rebels targeting forces patrolling Saudi Arabia's southern border. The island kingdom said late Friday. I think this is because like Saudi Arabia doesn't really have like a standing military of its own. Like all
Saudi
these
Arabia?
smaller countries do. I don't know. I mean, like that's I'm left.
Pretty sure they do.
Because like, why else would they need something like Frakio 19 is stating that they're part of an army called the Peninsula Shield. You know what I mean?
It's kind of like NATO or something like that. You know what I
guess.
mean? Like there's tons of times that there's these kind of like mutual defense treaties where like, you know, various aligned countries will kind of like create a coalition of their militaries.
Right. So, you know, I guess we'll just skip over the rest of this stuff. About the soldiers succumbing to injuries. Yemen's Iranian-backed Houthi rebels have not claimed the attack. The attack on Monday, which also wounded a number of soldiers, threatened recent progress in winding down Saudi Arabia's 8-year war against the Houthis.
Imagine workers' revolution in the tiny monarchies. Foreign workers outnumber the people with citizenship. Only in Saudi Arabia, foreign workers don't outnumber the local population. Yeah, that would be wild. That would be wild. It's probably hard. It's probably a difficult demographic to consolidate because they probably have a number of like, you know, cultural and linguistic like differences between like the large portion, like so, like a large portion of them might be from India, some of them might be from China. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, you know, to consolidate like a class consciousness that's cohesive within those migrant worker populations might be difficult to do. Especially when like something is so powerful, like some of those Gulf states. You know what I mean? Some of those Gulf states wield so much influence over so many things that it's a daunting task for sure. It'd definitely be interesting though.
I mean, this is also why, like, you know, I've been like listening to like a lot of like Sami Alhamdi, like, you know, interviews and stuff, talking about like, you know, all the players in like, you know, that region of the world in regards to Palestine. But he does talk about how like the leadership of these countries may not be, you know, moving too fast, right, to do anything to help Palestine. But the people within these countries, right, have made it clear that like they're on the verge of like, you know, political unrest within their countries if like they aren't able to do anything to like, you know, what is it, like alleviate like the kind of unrest that people are having over what's happening in Palestine. Am I making sense?
Yeah, kind of. That the people want it, but the government isn't willing to take those kinds of risks. I mean, alienating themselves from like the quasi-comfortable position that they have with Israel currently, and thus the United States also. I mean, I'm saying this in the most cynical and objective terms. It's understandable why some of these Arab countries are like, I just don't really want to get involved in that whole mess. Like, even if we can acknowledge like the morality of it, the ethical like position of it, it's like, you know, we're finally a little bit cozy here between like the world power dynamic, and instead of doing like what's right and what's the virtuous thing, we're just gonna keep our fucking mouths shut and the money will keep coming in.
Yeah. Oh, and lesbian hot sauce. Pat definitely has book recommendations, right, on understanding like the strife between a lot of these places. As far as like my limited knowledge, right, of like the conflict between all of these different countries, it's all ultimately going to come down to like who has the best relations for like stability. You know, obviously like Iran doesn't want to bend the knee to the US, you know, or to Israel. Obviously like the Houthis don't want to bend the knee to like the US or Israel. And for a lot of these countries, right, normalizing your relationship with Israel is how you normalize your relationship with what the hell is it, with the US.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's quite a bit to say about Jordan's position, you know, as an Arab nation and its relation to Israel. I would say Jordan has been the most conciliatory with Israel from the moment of its founding. You know, there is a great book by Avi Shlaim about this called Collusion Across the Jordan or something like that. Let me see. I have it right here.
Oh, and what the hell is it? Who said this? Dak Dune, saying that Ronnie had a guest on that talked about the other Arabic states and seemed to echo what Sami Hamdi has been saying. Well, I mean, that says something. Like, Sami is not even like a, you know, a communist, or, you know, I don't even think he really considers himself like a leftist, right? And he is, you know, confirming or corroborating a lot of what, like, you know, Rania has been saying. Well, that's good. When you have two like opposing sort of like sides of like a political spectrum agreeing on something, that should make you, you know, take a little bit closer look at what each of them are saying and like what is happening there.
Yeah, and I just put it in the chat. There's a PDF for this book called Collusion Across the Jordan. It's by Avi Shlaim, which is one of my favorite authors on the Israel-Palestine conflict. and he's like one that actually took up the mantle of actually talking like deeply about the relationship between Jordan and Israel. Whoa, Dave, what's up? Thank you so much for the raid. Long time no see. I feel like I've been gone for a fucking eternity. I feel like we missed those 2 days because of holiday stuff, because of family stuff, because of my girlfriend's birthday. Yeah, birthdays, holidays.
Happy birthday,
gathering. Vika. And fuck, man, you take 2 days off. It feels like we fell off the face of the earth. And you know what I mean? We're trying to get back into the fucking groove of things.
Yeah, we're just trying to get back into our kids' lives. All right, like. I know we said that we would be right back, and we were just going out for a pack of cigarettes. We're sorry. We're back now. One day we'll learn how to treat you right. All right?
I would hate for that. I would hate for that to happen. Vika, did Pat spoil you? I did my best. But we did go and see The Poor Things, which, what a good movie. What a good movie. And listen, and Johnny had already pointed out, I'm a hater of most things.
You are. It says a lot to me if you actually like that movie.
Yeah, I'm a hater of most things. I severely dislike things that are new and that are different to me. And well, not everything. Like when I'm talking about like movies and TV shows and shit like that, that's really what I'm talking about. Like I'm like a hater of like modern media in many respects.
Yeah.
And my girlfriend didn't want to. My girlfriend wanted to go to this movie, and I said fine. You know what I mean? And she sent me the trailer.
Fine.
She sent me the trailer and was like, "Can you watch the trailer?" And I never watched it. I never watched the trailer. I said I'm going anyway.
Honestly, that's good. In my opinion, I think that more people need to start watching movies without watching the trailer because.
Never watched the trailer, and I went, and for the first 15 minutes, I was like, "This is so fucking stupid. This is so fucking dumb. I can't believe I'm here watching this." And then after about 30 minutes, I was like, "This is absolutely brilliant. This is one of the greatest movies I've ever seen in my life." So, good movie, very very cool.
I watched the.
Has anyone in chat seen The Poor Things with Emma Stone?
No spoilers.
I'm not gonna give that out.
No, not you. I'm saying that to chat. Chat, don't spoil the movie for me. I still want to see it.
It's very very good.
Do you want to know what I watched over the weekend?
Tell me what you watched.
That fucking new Ethan Hawke, Kevin Bacon, Julia Roberts disaster movie.
That's the thing. I'm not even aware of what that is because I'm so far off the fucking map of like things. Like you could put me. You know how like when you walk past a movie theater, they have all the pictures of the new movies that are out and stuff.
Yeah.
I would be like, I have no idea what any of this even is. That's like how far out I am from it.
If I'm in the mood, I can watch Steven Seagal. I mean, like, yeah. If I've got like time to waste that I'll never get back and I won't regret it, yeah, I'll watch like a Steven Seagal action movie. Like even one of the more recent ones, not even like a classic, right? Like just because it's so fucking funny, I'll do it.
Have you ever seen the
shit?
Yo, bro, what's up?
Have I ever watched the Come Town? What?
We're talking about the Steven Seagal like Marine movie.
Yeah, and I think what you're thinking of is Chapo, but yes, I do remember that. It's the funniest fucking thing.
Maybe it was Chapo. God, that was so funny. What's up, Grom? How are you? Thanks for popping in.
Yeah. I'm good.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, Steven Seagal having sex fully clothed.
I'm here now. Please carry on.
Exactly. No,
What's your
movies? I watched the Napoleon movie yesterday.
Oh shit! How was it?
Good.
It was all right.
Dude, it naturally was going to be mid. Also, what's up, Marcus? It was naturally going to be mid. It's talking about Napoleon.
Avoiding you. Why are you here?
We all came here to escape.
Yeah, from you.
There we go.
You hurt my feelings.
You hurt my feelings, but then I resented you, so I came back.
Yeah.
That was intentional.
Causing you pain now.
I've reconciled with my feelings, and now I'm here to hurt you.
Yep. It was okay. It was a little boring, I must say. And
wasn't it like 4 hours long?
Are you watching your old streams, Grom? Got him.
Boom.
2.5 hours long is what it was, and it was like it's I don't know. It's very summarized and like it's like they should have, I don't know, it wasn't as much like it'd be cool a little bit more war in it, you know what I mean? There was a lot of romance.
My bloodlust was not satiated by that
well,
movie.
it was a very, like, I don't know, it just felt they could have done more, like
Need a little bit more blood.
More people could have died.
and then I know that some like people were complaining about the battles, but it's like, if you're like, that's not accurate, you're a fucking nerd, okay?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry.
Well, I do want to
like,
put this out.
nobody
I
gives
do
a
want to
shit.
put this out here. As we learned from reading the Great Class War, pretty much all war that existed prior to World War One was kind of mid. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was all relatively small. Like, nobody really knew what they were doing. The weapons fucking sucked. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
you know, it was a bunch of just dickheads riding out into a field and slapping each other. You know, that's what we felt like. That's why Europe was so willing to get into war after war, because they're like, that wasn't shit. That was fucking nothing.
It was nothing. This is gonna be nothing. It's gonna be
Yeah.
fine. All right.
Yeah,
It's not
exactly,
like they have like horrors, you know, of proportion that like, you know, nobody has ever seen before in history. You know, and then World War One happened, and it's like, oh wait, yes they do.
But yeah, no, it was pretty mid. It was like like most of the movie was just focused on his romance, essentially.
That's
right?
awesome.
Like it was like, I don't know. There's other things he could have focused on in Napoleon's life. I feel like that's,
Like what?
you know, him fighting a war against all of Europe.
Now, who cares about that, dude?
I would say like the most interesting about Napoleon is that didn't he get like banished to an island, like make
Twice.
it back?
Twice.
This is what I'm saying is like he like became like this like figure, this like conquered Europe effectively, was sent to fucking an island, somehow made it back, didn't die, and then like reconquered Europe, and then got sent away again and died. But it's like that seems like a pretty fucking like interesting journey to discuss, right? Like,
Kinda.
Yeah, but it was very like at the end as well. I mean, and it was cool. Like, they had that in the movie as well. Like, because when he did come back, right? Like they sent like his like former regiment to like stop him from going to Paris, and he basically, you know, did one of those like, I miss you fellas, and they're like, my emperor, and then they all marched on Paris together.
and they
Nice.
fucking pillaged, and then they all fucking pillaged to the Friends soundtrack.
Yeah.
And then
Which you would be shocked how in
Waterloo.
you would be shocked in that disaster movie I was telling you about, right? What the fuck is it? The one with Kevin Bacon, Julia Roberts, and Ethan Hawke, right? How much of a part Friends, the TV show, plays in that disaster movie? I'm not fucking around. I'm not even exaggerating how big of a...
You know, Friends had an unparalleled social impact on the modern world.
But it's also crazy because, like, what's his nuts just fucking, like, you know, the toxic... Yeah, the toxicology report came back.
What was he? He was on a little Fetty?
No, it was...
Fetty?
No, it was benzos, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Matthew Perry struck me as a Fetty guy. Ever since I was going to rehab in like 2011, I heard whispers of like people being like, I was in rehab with Matthew Perry. Like apparently he's like been fucked up and going to rehab and shit like that. So I always knew before it was really like big news, or maybe it was big news. I was 20 years old. I don't know. Maybe people knew about this, but like I just heard from like going to rehab, people would be like, I was in a rehab in California and Matthew Perry from Friends was there.
Nice. I don't want to disclose too much, but someone that I know knows the sponsor of the one of the people from the Jersey Shore.
And it's Mike the Situation.
It is.
It's not like it's a fucking secret that
I know.
dude's in recovery.
No, I know, but like I'm not gonna like disclose like I know the
Yeah, I'm
sponsor.
not asking for the government name, dude.
Give me the government name.
No, actually, no one asked you. You just voluntarily listened.
Yeah,
to that
I know.
Yeah, you're like, whoa. I don't want to.
Nobody pulled your arm on this one.
No. Kind of slipped up on that one.
You didn't say anything.
I don't know who that
Marcus,
is
tell me
anyway.
about. Marcus, tell me about Donald Trump not being taken off of a ballot in Colorado. Is this
Oh yeah.
completely fucking unprecedented? Like, has this ever happened in the history of this fucking country?
Do we need to worry?
And also, it's like, can a president win a fucking election while not being on a state's entire fucking ballot?
Like a kind of a big one too. It's Colorado.
I mean, Colorado's kind of important, right? How many? Let me see how many seats. See, I don't think Marcus is even listening right now.
No, he's like
Colorado.
probably fucking smoking.
Oh, something like fucking glitched.
All right.
Some kind of technical issue on my.
Yeah. I guess.
Did you
Oh,
know
no, shit was going in and out. Well, like, so I got this new like green screen. So I moved some shit around in the office at Langley. There might be some bugs that are kind of going through, you know.
Yeah, Dumbmeister, I understand you don't have to be on the ballot of every state to win, but I'm saying how much of an impediment is it to like be off an entire state's fucking voting option?
Are you talking about Colorado?
Yes.
Yeah.
That with that, not much. It all depends on the state.
Yeah, it's
That's-
how important is Colorado? And I guess my next question would be like, how big of a precedent does this set, and could this happen on other states as well? Like, will this be a slippery slope?
That's where I think it like, as of right now, I think the question for it is more of like a political one, of one, is there any downstream effects as far as other states doing this? But then also, I think where the Republican Party is probably really getting fucking nervous is, does this have any down ballot effects? Because that's where, like, even if Trump
course,
on
Larry.
or off the ballot, does this even discussion of him not being on the ballot, you know, dissuade voters? And then people like Lauren Boebert, who won by like 25 votes last time around, you know, without Trump on the ticket, how does she fare?
Right. Do you think that there could be a retaliation, like from Florida, like where they're like, now Biden is off?
Biden's off the ballot.
Well, and that's like they can try. It's just like the problem is that did Brandon tell a group of people to go fight like hell? And
yeah, okay, well, that actually,
You know,
that actually leads to another question. Is there a legal precedent that justifies them removing Trump from their ballot?
Yes.
I understand he obviously is embroiled in all these legal issues, but like, I guess my question is that is there actually like something within like the legislature? And I'm not saying they should or shouldn't do it, but I'm just saying, like, do states have the ability to just be like, yo, that dude seems fucked up, let's just pull him?
Well, it's not just about being fucked up.
It's about breaking the law.
It's not about breaking the law.
Okay.
Because we can say Eugene v. Debs.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that
Right,
up.
right.
He broke the law and still allowed. It is specifically engaging or
What if someone did
engaging
everything
in
right?
or giving aid and comfort. So engaging in insurrection or giving aid and comfort to insurrectionists.
Okay. What if the person did everything right? How does that factor into this?
And they still indicted him?
Yeah. How
And
does
they
that
still
factor-
indicted
how does
me.
that
Oh,
factor
well,
into-
now you're bringing up some very, very interesting. No, I mean, that's like basically the thing that's like why they're allowed to do this. And like the legal like precedent you talk about is like the Civil War. You know, that's
Right.
why this is legally allowed to happen. And so, I mean, and that's where too. It's like I fucking hate Joe Biden. He's done a lot of shitty things that
Right.
I
you know,
really
I
feel
really
like-
wish
Yeah.
he would be held accountable for.
Does this mean that
Insurrection against the
Gruesome
United
Newsom
States
has a
government.
chance?
Gavin Newsom? Yeah, no,
Oh.
no.
Yeah. No.
Which, I mean, that's like not as of now. And this is always the caveat when it comes to two old men. Right? There's an option. There's
Two
a mysterious,
octogenarians.
yes, there is a mysterious third option, right? That, you know, we can ponder. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Dianne Feinstein, right?
John
Like
McCain.
where they
John
people-
McCain.
yeah, where sometimes old people become unavailable.
Yeah.
Right.
For one reason or another.
Just
Also,
unavailable.
We'll just
Could
thank
be,
you so much
you
for
know,
gifting
they
us
gotta go.
subs.
Yeah,
Larry.
get the. Oh yeah, hey, what's up, Larry? Or Redipsy too. Thank you. But yeah, that's where things could get very interesting. Is if if Brandon or the other one become unavailable.
Because like here's the other thing is that like in 2016, right? Like a year before, I would say even a year before, right, the election, people were still thinking in 2016 it's going to come down to a race between Hillary Clinton and Jeb Bush. And by like, 3 or 4 months before the election, I think like nobody gave a shit about Jeb. And like the vast majority of like young, excited voters and just excited voters in general were talking about how like, in October that like, Bernie is going to be the candidate. Right. And I think that like, are we heading towards another year like 2016 where, the candidate to be, right, neither of them are going to wind up playing that big of a part when it comes to the actual like election? Is that possible?
They did, right?
I mean, because we're not doing primaries. I think
it still was the story of the two, candidates of like the two like it was still Hillary and Trump, right?
I guess. I mean, there were still like psychos like me wandering around being like, "There's a chance that Bernie can still win."
Yeah, no.
Yeah, which like I mean like, I who knows?
Like how you just kind of gave up, like
because I mean, like let's say it's like especially when it comes to like the election and shit like that.
Yeah,
there's a very set trajectory that we are on,
right?
And it's like that trajectory is a stable one, but it's also extremely unstable, right?
Right.
It's like playing basketball before they invented the alley-oop. You know what I'm saying? Like you're good, you're doing bounce passes, nice good fundamentals, and then all of a sudden the game changes.
The WNBA? What are you talking about? Who gives a shit about any?
Yeah. So and like that's kind of and the Trump thing, it could be that, does any of them, once again become unavailable? Like that's kind of like what we're waiting on. Because really, even at the end of the day, the thing that really is, I think, disturbing about the United States is that in the face of, a guy supporting a genocide and you just still dealt with this like lesser of two evils bullshit.
And the other guy is being like, I would do the genocide harder, by the way.
Right.
Yeah. I want to be like Hitler, actually, and it's just what?
They're poisoning the bloodstream of the nation.
Yeah.
I read in Mein Kampf that the immigrants are actually poisoning the bloodstream of the nation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so like
Their Talmudic black magic is just,
who knows?
I think he's talking about Mexicans, dude.
Oh, I thought we were talking about
Trump loves Israel. He's
right,
talking about Mexican immigrants.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I just had to go there.
What, Grom?
Yeah, dummy.
Wrong minority, dummy.
Yeah. But actually, Marcus, could you finish that thought? Because we kind of jumped in there with that, making little jumps. So you were saying when it's between Joe Biden, who is currently advocating, and while maybe saying some lip service to like, hey, they should try to protect civilians, they're still like, finding ways that they can circumvent Congress to give them more and more and more weapons. Pretty much, flatly ignoring the things that they're saying when they're, the whatever double speak or you want to call it, whatever you want to call it. What was going to be the other side of that dichotomy that you were?
Well, I mean, you've got that, and then you've got Trump and like
Hitlerian rhetoric. Trump.
Yeah, and there's just this is the problem with the United States. Like this is, especially for people who like give a shit and are engaged in like electoral politics. Like this is.
Who's that?
I don't know anybody that's like that. But this is this is the radicalizing moment for people, where they're like you just see two dead ends, right?
Yeah.
It's no longer because like that's where too. It's like the lesser of two evils narrative is that there's one dead end and there's one very fucked up path,
Yeah.
and you still walk that path. And now you get to the point where you just see two dead ends, and then where do you go? You know, and like most people just disengage.
Right.
You know, and
Which in the United States is very easy to disengage. You have the luxury of disengagement where you can be like,
yeah.
well, there is reality television. You know what I mean? I could just stop giving a shit about all of this and whatever. So yeah, I guess that is a pretty viable option for a lot of people, right?
yeah. So I don't know.
It's like, hey, you know what? There's sports. Maybe I could just stop caring about any of this and I'll just watch sports.
Right,
now.
and like it's like really too. At the end of the fucking day, like, what are you just gonna be? Somebody who doesn't do a social media post with your "I voted" sticker,
Yeah.
right? Like, what's really going to happen? You don't fucking vote. Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
Because you know whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen anyway. You have no control. You have no power. So what does it matter? Oh, you
What-
don't get to make a post that says "I" with your sticker, and then like literally that's it.
Right.
So, Marcus, I want to show you something. What is your opinion of like something like this, right? Where this guy, just this guy, saying that this certain country could not convince 192 representatives in the U.S. Congress to vote in its favor. I know Rashida Tlaib ended up being censured anyway, but 192 is a lot of representatives and a serious indication of Tel Aviv's rapidly weakening grip on the narrative among policymakers. And this was the House votes to censure Representative Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian American in Congress, for promoting false narratives regarding the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel and for calling for destruction of the state of Israel.
Wait, they did an entire House vote just on Rashida Tlaib?
She's the
Oh,
26th
yeah.
House member to be censured.
And, I mean, like Ilhan Omar has been censored
Right.
by criticizing AIPAC.
Yeah.
Um,
So would you say that, like, he is making like a fair point that like we are living in interesting times where like, it kind of seems like every year, like people, especially after everything that's gone on, that like maybe, right, we could see like a representative get elected that is critical in a non-anti-Semitic fashion of Israel.
Yeah, what the fuck, dude?
I
No.
phrased it. I phrased it
No.
correctly.
No. Because like literally, and that's the thing is, if fucking Benjamin Netanyahu himself,
Bibby.
right? If BB
BB.
like did a complete 180, moved back to his old crib in fucking Philly,
No, dude.
and became a representative that was critical of Israel, they would say he's a self-hating Jew.
You're out.
It is
Yeah.
They'd be like, all right,
impossible.
Chomsky.
Yeah.
No, I mean this is the is this yeah exactly right. It is impossible, and while things are sliding,
So-
it is it's extreme. I mean, again, that's where too it's like, fuck.
Can I
don't
ask you-
know.
Can I ask a question regarding that? And this is something that I feel like I know the answer to, but I think it's just important to talk about it because, you're here, you know a lot about the electoral politics, you know a lot about like the history of certain things, and with our powers combined, we should be able to give like a pretty reasonable answer to this, because this is something that I've heard brought up recently, is that, you know what I mean? Because what we're saying here right now is we're talking about this immovable object that is the United States allegiance to Israel, or vice versa. Or vice versa. And I guess like it would be important to like touch on to why, because I know we all like, coming from like a sincere materialist leftist view of history and politics, We don't want to engage in like conspiracy theory rhetoric, which seems to be replete, and it seems to be like even like being weaponized currently to like damage the pro-Palestinian cause, because people are like, well, people think that Jews control the world, and that Nick Fuentes says that Jewish people and Israelis control the United States media.
Yeah.
I'm more of somebody that believes in the opposite. I think the United States controls Israel more than the I don't think like the small nation of Israel has undue power within the United States more so than the United States has power within Israel.
Yeah.
Give like some of yours like summarization of all those things, like how those dynamics interplay with one another.
Yeah, because I mean, and that's where it's like it's a very interesting thing, because I feel like there's a lot of dynamics about the United States that come into play when it comes into support of Israel, because this is somewhere it's like even and real anti-Semites are supportive of Israel, in the way that some racists were supportive of Marcus Garvey
and Liberia and shit like that.
Yeah, like, well, take these fucking darkies and get the hell up out of here.
Yeah,
and they want the same thing with Israel and
I
Jews.
think Richard Spencer was like, "Yeah, I love Israel. I think everyone's
I remember that.
I think Israel's a great ethnic state, and all of them can go over there, and we'll have one here." So I support
exactly.
I remember people bringing up that like what's his name, Spencer, was like pro-Palestinian, but like for the most monstrous fucking reasons.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. But so there's that kind of part of it. I think that there is, this is like where it's just like it's kind of like interesting where it's just like there's like a white guilt that is much more I guess restorative justice thinking in regards to minority groups that are still kind of like white or seen as white now.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like Israel knew what America was. So I don't think it's not so much of a power dynamic. Is that Israel knew what America was and how to play on that.
I guess in the same way that Vietnam thought they knew what America was by pleading with them for their independence using Thomas Jefferson and the Declaration of Independence, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
freedom and
he understood. Ho Chi Minh understood the documents. He understood the writings. He didn't understand what America was.
Right.
And yeah, it was probably, and what was like whatever the precursor, or not even the precursor, it was just AIPAC, but their first name before they changed it to AIPAC.
Yeah.
They knew exactly what it was. You can spend money to get influence in the United States.
Yeah.
And they went about doing that, and especially after Citizens United, it just more and more. And the thing that's like fucked is that their success drives more success. That's what they, but it's like the fact that they're able to knock people out with these huge amounts of spending, and like for real too. And like, that's the thing is like, it is something that even like Rashida Tlaib is there. But yeah, I think, like, how does this fucking come to be? I think you've got, that's where the thing is too, is like, you had a lot of fucking, Israelis that were, either like European, like they understood what these dynamics in our society, and they were able to play on these fucking dynamics because, part of it was like the racists are like, yeah, we got buy-in, any fucking white guilt, but not really want to do white guilt, but like, oh, fucking, we're always got the take care of these Jews, part of the Christian fucking evangelical shine to it of once we get all the Jews into Israel, then the rapture happens and Jesus comes back. There is so many dynamics within the United States that kind of come together.
What about the United what about like United States like desiring like a quote unquote like Western style ally in the middle of the Middle East, which we seem to be perpetually
Yeah.
embroiled in conflict. Would you lend any credence to that as well?
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
But I mean,
like another thing of like the military-industrial complex, and this is what Joe Biden was speaking to.
Oh, also, yeah,
He
they're like the
said-
recipient of, like, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, you know, if we want to keep that
Yeah.
industry going, it needs to go somewhere, and if it's
Yes.
going to go somewhere, it's going to be our like little brother Israel.
Yeah.
But-
and this
but
is the
he-
thing when Joe Biden was saying if Israel didn't exist, we'd invent one.
right.
It is the power projection that Israel allows.
Right. But that's the thing, is that like Israel is more of an extension of U.S. foreign policy, because like whatever the history of it is today, right now, Jordan is an ally of the U.S. Egypt is an ally of the U.S. Lebanon is an ally of the U.S. I'm trying to think like who else in there. Saudi Arabia is an ally of the U.S. You know, the UAE. You know, Oman. Turkey is an ally of the U.S. All of these countries, right, are now an ally of the U.S. Turkey is, you know, kind of fucking wild card,
yeah,
but for the most part, the rest of them have all, for the last at least 4 or 5 years, have been working towards. Sure, Lebanon is like a non-functional country at this point, but like, whose fault is that? You know, Hezbollah is Lebanon these days. Yeah, but all right, have a good night, Grom. But like, I think it's a little inaccurate to say that like, oh, you know, Lebanon is Hezbollah, and you know, like without Hezbollah, there's no Lebanon. That's ridiculous. All of these countries' foreign policy are, you know, and what do they call it? Normalization. Yes, Ninja Can. That's what I'm getting at. Is that like, you know, they've all been working towards normalization, and the one thing about like all of this that like I agree with people like Sami Hamdi when they say that like, you know, the Palestinians, right, on October the 7th made it clear that like, you know, they are not like a foregone conclusion, that they still have a voice, and they are still part of this conversation of normalization between all of these countries and like the US.
Yeah. I mean that's kind of the thing like on the other side of all of like the driving forces that like are supporting Israel from the West. I mean, at the end of the fucking day, and that's something that like I consistently, you know, think about, especially of, you know, when people like the fact that like things obviously existed outside of October 7th, you know, but specifically as to like what October 7th was, and this is coming from, you know, reporting, is that for one, that attack was named Al-Aqsa Flood.
Right.
And there's a direct there's a response to things that happened to the Trump administration, Abraham Accords, moving the fucking capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, and or at least the U.S., you know, moving their embassy there, and a huge amount of increased violence and repression on like access to Al-Aqsa and right. The, you know, so it's kind of like, that's the thing, like when people like, yeah, you know, like there's nothing Brandon could have done outside of like actually getting Israel to like give up the occupation, right?
Which was
like,
just never in the cards.
Yeah, I mean this shit, yeah, because like that's where it's like, because I remember watching fucking these like videos of Israeli fucking soldiers beating the shit out of fucking people.
Fucking Al Jazeera just posted a video the other day of them literally like on live TV beating the shit.
Are you talking about back in like the second Intifada area?
No. I'm talking about like 2019, 2020, somewhere, you know, like
Al Jazeera just posted a video from like a day or two ago of, you know, Israeli security forces beating the shit out of a fucking Al Jazeera fucking journalist on camera.
It's on my Twitter video. We can't show that video. I have some pretty graphic shit up on my Twitter right now if anybody wants to go look at it. But like, it's like literally them. He turns around from them. He puts his back to them and puts his hands up, and they beat the dog shit out of him. They're kicking him in the head with boots and shit like that.
Yeah, vegan boots.
the Palestinian rapper Low Key posted it. I shared it on my Twitter. Also, there's a really bad video of some guys and they're literally in flip flops and shit like that, just standing around, and a truck pulls up.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
And shoots them, and the dude's laying on the ground, just hanging in there. I don't know where he got hit, and they execute this dude. No gun, no, barely even moving. His friends managed to run away, and he got hit. And this fucking commando Jeep pulls up, and as he's laying there, they just spray him.
Did you see the second part where the dude that was hiding behind the minivan, right? And he puts his hands up because he's belly down on the ground with his hands up, and they just fucking blast him.
Well, what about this shit that's happening at the church now, at the Catholic Church?
Well, and that's where it's when IDF smoked those 3 fucking hostages.
Oh my god,
dude, with a white fucking flag.
So wait, hold on. I'd like to share something with everybody. And we don't have to read through this whole thing, but I just want to put this out because I just got this. Hold on one second. I can't talk and type at the same time. But so as we know, they're waving white, right? They're waving a white flag, being like, "Hey, this is bad. We're waving a white flag. That means you surrendered, right? That means you've surrendered." Johnny, pull up this report real quick. Because I just want to show that this is not something new. This is not an isolated case. This is not something. And the only thing that's novel about this case is that it was Israeli hostages, meaning citizens of Israel. But look at this right here. Just get this out of the way. This is a report by Human Rights Watch, right? This one, yeah, Human Rights Watch called "White Flag Deaths." Killing of Palestinian civilians during Operation Cast Lead. This is I don't know. How many pages would you say this is, Johnny? If you just could estimate. 100 pages or so?
Oh my god. Yeah, dude, easily.
This is one singular report from back in 2009.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Specifically about Israel killing people that have surrendered. The entire report, the entirety of this report, it's called White Flag Deaths. I'll put it in chat if anybody else wants to use it for anything else. It is entirety about the murder of people that were attempting to surrender to the IDF.
And with not only waving a white flag on the little building they were hiding in, they had used a bunch of stale food or some shit that they found to paint on the side of the building, and it said Israeli hostages, right? It said Israel hostages or some shit.
Could be a trick. Could be a Hamas trick.
That's the thing, and it's that is giving too much credence to what Israel is doing.
Also, wasn't one of the hostages they shot a ginger-haired, white?
That's the only reason why they questioned. Cause that's the thing is these motherfuckers there's a just as well as a chance if there wasn't a fucking ginger, they would have just burned the bodies.
Right, and thought nothing of it.
Maybe stolen their skin if they could find some good samples. You know what I'm saying? But
Pat, you heard about that, right?
No.
Oh, dude. So Israel is one of the largest skin farms.
Yeah. Well, they have the most cancer, right?
Well, here's the thing, Pat. Where do you think they're getting all that extra skin from?
The replacement skin.
The replacement skin. Where do you think?
Probably from
I'm sure
animals of some kind, Harvard. They're making animals in a lab. And, you know how they grew that ear on the back of the rat?
You know how Mr. Garrison they had his penis grafted onto a rat. I
imagine they're growing rats with a kind of facial skin back to them, a facial skin hide that they have that they can take and then place on faces of individuals with skin cancer. That's where my mind goes to first.
I hate to break it to you, buddy. Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's a couple indigenous comrades in chat right now that can appreciate the term skin suiting. This is a whole new level of that, where they're not just taking cultural things hummus or the kafia or just stealing the land. They're
stealing skin.
Just quite literally stealing skin.
From
And
dead Palestinian people, murdered Palestinian people.
Yeah.
yeah.
Jesus Christ.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Who is doing it? Like, are IDF soldiers on the ground? Like, just like, are they calling in a wagon of some kind that comes and takes the people to the skin fucking removal plant?
Honestly, I think it's people who like died in custody and shit.
Oh, okay. I see.
So this is from 2023 from Euro News, right? I don't know if that's like some kind of like, I don't know, actually like white supremacist organization or something.
What is the news thing?
Euro News? Euro News?
Yeah, that sounds like a straight up fucking.
This might as well be Stormfront, I guess.
Yeah. But either way, actually, we're going down a rabbit hole, okay?
But my point is that, like,
but at the
yeah.
end of the day, the idea that any IDF soldier actually had the thought process of this could be a trap is giving too much credence to what the IDF does.
Right.
They see people and they shoot. And this is where the thing is too, is like they could be fucking IDF. Like that's the thing too. It's like motherfucking like there's been a good amount of reports already through this the portion of the genocide and ethnic cleansing where IDF they fucking shoot on each other.
Yeah, and this is actually also consistent like throughout Israel's conflicts as well. Like, I mean, I guess friendly fire is like, well, I don't know how common is friendly fire within the United States.
I mean,
Like,
that's
over Marine Corps.
it's like a hard thing to say. Like,
Okay, not including
know.
tanks. How common is friendly fire?
Yeah, like it's it's kind of because like there's no like 15, like there's no like
Right.
there's no real understanding and like but like at the end of the day it like very much comes down to like communication and like blurred lines and shit like that. I would say I mean, yeah, it
Here we go. This is
like,
easily
there's, like, a lot of
Googleable.
discipline, like there's like like there's a lot of shit that comes into it. But if you are geared towards like literally just murdering people as soon as you see them, like it's gonna be fucking common. And like I think it probably pretty is. And then the fact of like just like they just absolutely lit those 3 dudes up.
Yeah.
Pale faced ginger ass motherfucker.
Johnny, can you pull something up on that real quick? Can you just pull up the 3 hostages killed? I just want to see like a news report on it. 3 Israeli hostages killed.
I'm not
Yeah,
typing
wow,
this.
dude.
Google is just telling me like, hey, you want to type
We know what
this?
you want.
We know what you
We
want.
type in 3. We know what kind of 3 you're looking for here. And Israel's killing.
I'm sorry. I thought we were looking for pictures. My bad.
I'm just kind of curious what the vibe on it all.
All right.
is.
In Israel's killing of 3 hostages, some see the same excessive force directed at Palestinians.
Oh,
Some?
No
Some?
shit, dude. What do you think? They killed them because they were Israeli? You know what I mean? It's like no shit that's
yeah, exactly.
Dude.
They like Israel is not above just saying kill the hostage.
right.
Come on, man.
That's also a thing, but
The one
Israel
guy
left
survived the
Sunday.
initial attack.
When
And then
3 hostages held by Hamas were killed by Israeli forces in the middle of an active war zone after they waved a white flag and screamed out in Hebrew to show that they did not pose a threat.
fuck.
Good to see you. For some, the incident was a shocking example of ugliness of war, where a complex and dangerous battlefield is safe for no one. But for critics, the incident underscores what they say is excessively violent conduct of Israel's security apparatus against Palestinians. Except in this case, it cut short the lives of 3 Israelis trying desperately to save themselves. How could it be construed as like not just for the critics? It's like, how can you say that 3 Israeli people waving a flag and yelling in Hebrew, like how could this be anything more or anything different than just trigger happy,
honestly,
happy insanity?
Well, I
The
mean,
only thing that
Neuroride
can
is
make
saying
it
they had no
worse-
shirts on too, so they're shirtless, waving a
Yeah,
white
it's not like
flag,
they got a
yelling in
bomb
Hebrew.
or some shit.
Like the only thing that could make it worse, it was just like it actually the person who pulled the trigger was twin brothers. Was one of the hostages. Right?
It's his
Like,
own son.
he's like looking at his identical face and still pulls the trigger is like the only way that could be worse.
Like the dude had like a giant like, you know, Star of David like chest piece like tattooed on him. Like
both have the same Star of David with like Bibi Netanyahu punching through it like Superman. Right? They have the same tattoo on his chest. He's staring at that tattoo and only thinks Hamas and then plugs his brother in the dome.
So then someone goes on and says, it's heartbreaking, but it's not surprising, says Roy Yellen, who's the director of public research within the Israeli human rights group, B'Tselem. We have documented over the years countless incidents of people who clearly surrendered and who were still shot. And I just provided, and this is something that came out in 2009, so there's probably like, 14 years of this actually happening. Since then, this isn't even going into Operation Protective Edge or a current situation of the Al-Aqsa flood. What we're talking about here is that I sent you probably a 200-page report strictly called White Flag Deaths about people who are attempting to surrender, and B'Tselem, another human rights organization within Israel, is saying pretty much the same thing. Yellen said the killings violated basic military ethics and international law that prohibited shooting at people trying to surrender, whether combatants or not. But he said it was part of a long trend of largely unpunished excessive force that in recent weeks has ensnared the Israelis themselves. Now, has Israel put out a statement on this yet? Has the IDF said anything about
what the fuck did they even say? Like,
it's Hamas.
Yeah, Hamas is using them as human shields.
So, according to a military official, the 3 hostages, all men in their 20s, emerged from a building close to Israel's soldiers' positions in the Gaza City neighborhood of Shajia, right? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing the fuck out of that, where troops have been battling Hamas militants in intense combat. I'm sorry, is it like news that like Hamas has hostages, Israeli hostages? Is that like, new information for them? Because I thought that had been like
Is it news that there's innocent people in Palestine? That every
You mean the thing that families of the hostages keep protesting about?
Are not all like rabid Hamas martyrs or something like that. That like there is also people that in this intense combat zone are absolutely innocent civilians, and they may wave a white flag to be like, please let us get the fuck out of this war zone.
You mean the thing?
Imagine like if something horrible happens and you're in the military, okay?
Sure.
And your whole job.
I'll feel some valor. I'll imagine I'm in the military.
I'll take that Denny's discount.
Yeah, let's get a little mind valor stolen. Now, okay? Your whole job is to get hostages back, right? That's the whole point of doing this.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Bring home the boys.
Yeah.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't, because like literally like the fucking hostages' families, it's been 2 months, right? And they've met with the hostage families like twice.
Johnny, you don't understand. Okay? You just don't understand. All right?
We're not stealing valor hard. You're
thinking too soundly.
Yeah, you're just a dumb brain fucking civilian. Okay? You're letting your emotions get in the way, and you can't let your emotions.
You run from the danger. I run towards it.
That's right.
I run towards the sound of children crying. All right.
That's the thing is, okay. You're thinking too emotionally, right? Like you think if you just drop if you drop a metric fuck ton of bombs,
right,
into a small area,
yeah,
like that's how you save the hostages.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Bunker busters where they might be, even if there are no bunkers present.
That's the thing. The thing is too is that like those 3 hostages that got killed by the IDF, they wouldn't have wanted to live through the trauma. Really, the families should be thanking the IDF because what they had to live through in the tunnel. They lived in the tunnels.
Jesus Christ.
With
Jesus Christ.
So, Israel, the IDF, because how could you live on? So really, it's Hamas's fault. IDF did nothing wrong. And, have you thought about that? Consider that.
One more time, I will state that family members of the still hostaged, Israelis, right, have protested in front of Bibi's house. They have said multiple times on the news that they want to speak to the whatever military council tribunal thing. Right, pretty much, yeah. They collectively have wanted to speak to the manager of the IDF. and they like have been ignored all except for I think like 2 occasions since October the 7th, right? They've all but been ignored, right? And like, you know, need I bring up, right, just in case you think that like, oh, it's only like, you know, the Israelis over here in the US, right? Do I need to bring up that clip of Van Lee, right? Or Lee Van, whatever the fuck his name is, right? The third world guy that went Republican, being booed at the Israeli you know, protest in DC. Van Jones, that's his name, Van Jones. I don't know why I always think his name is Van Lee. But yeah, he like when he's saying that like fucking I'm against hate, you know, of all people, not just Jewish people, but also Muslim people, you know, and like, you know, what we need is a ceasefire. And
No
like
cease-
they're
he didn't even
literally
say
chanting
ceasefire.
no ceasefire.
Yeah, that's the thing is he didn't even say ceasefire. He just said he hopes that the killing stops soon.
Right. They don't.
They responded with no ceasefire.
No ceasefire. The killing must go on because at the end of the day, right? Bibi, it makes no sense for him. It makes no political sense for him to get the hostages back ever. It makes more sense for him to actually get into a hot conflict with Jordan or any other or any other country. Syria, any of them that are willing. It makes more sense because once they're in a hot war, it's like, forget that election. Forget me going back to court for corruption charges or anything. There's not going to be another election. I'm God King Bibi. I'm staying on.
Yeah.
We're in a state of emergency. All right. We need to batten down the hatches.
I'm the last thing standing between you
right.
and hordes.
Exactly.
Of Islamic fundamentalists that are coming to eat
Yes.
your children.
Hamas is in the walls.
Like the UN, yeah, like the UN dude, Israel, like UN ambassador. He doesn't reference. He only says the Nazi Hamas.
Right.
Like that, it's like so fucking absurd.
Right.
It's the Nazi Hamas, and it's
Like,
like, dog,
I've
you're
said
the
this before.
UN.
Dude, they're pulling guns out of fucking MRI machines, all right? Like
Yeah, we have
It's just
Marcus
so
on here
wild.
now. I want to pose this question again while we have him here, because I brought this up a week or so ago. What is Israel and Bibi and the IDFs? What is their claim that a ceasefire cannot happen? What, like, I think the majority, the vast majority of the Israeli casualties, non-military casualties that have come from this conflict happened on October 7th and 8th. There has not been any kind of
100%.
like infiltration or issue with civilians being targeted or attacked from the Gaza Strip since then. They've annihilated 20,000 people, almost a third or more of them being children. They've displaced like well over 2/3 or 3/4 of the fucking Gaza Strip at this point. It's like, what is the military issue with being like, you know, can you just let up for a second and see if maybe there's like something that can be done? Like, I don't even understand like what wolves are at the door at this point that it's like we won't even fucking entertain it.
Yeah, no, and it's, I mean, like it's like they've
2 months later.
like it's I mean, it's all like blatant lies, but
Right.
you know they it's this, and this is something that's like, you know, Blinken, you know, Secretary of State Blinken will fucking repeat over and over again, and it's this: if there's a ceasefire, then that only helps Hamas, right? Doing a ceasefire that allows Hamas to, you know, rebuild and recoup and all this type of stuff, because it completely separates any other way of, you know, garnering power away from Hamas, or
Right.
you know, ensuring that they don't have more people garnering to their fucking their ranks.
Well, it's like, it's not like, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But yeah, no, I mean that's the thing, is like they just say, and it's nonsensical,
Right.
because you take into account the amount of Palestinians that have been killed, journalists, UN workers, the
Children.
amount of hostages
I'll
that
be
have
right
been
back.
killed, and that's the thing too. Is like they're talking about the 3 IDF fucking, you know, because like they got like smoked face to face, like they shot them.
Yeah.
But there's been hostages that have been killed in the airstrikes as well.
Right. Yeah.
And that's the thing where it's like they are just lying about ethnic cleansing, period. There is no, there's no sense, right? It makes zero fucking sense in a hostage situation to completely indiscriminately carpet bomb the area unless you actually don't give a shit about the hostages and you want to ethnic cleanse them. And so that's the thing. It's like they're nonsensical. They say these things, they say arguments, they make arguments that are completely nonsensical, completely ahistorical. And that's just it. There's no, I don't know how else to explain it other than that's just what's happening. Right. It's obvious, and there's nothing deeper than that.
Right, but it just seems so on its face. It seems so ridiculous because it's not like it's some kind of brilliant military strategy. We all know that if you level Gaza, there won't be Hamas. If you blow up the entire thing and just have absolutely no regard for the civilian population and just indiscriminately bomb it and let the bodies fall where they may, and you displace, destroy, cut off electricity, water, food, and whatever else, access to the sea, shut down the borders, you bomb everything, you shove people into the desert. Yeah, there won't be Hamas, but the problem is that there's these things called this thing called the Geneva Convention, where you're not allowed to just fucking do that. You can't just look at some governmental structure or some minority of people that are involved with some kind of a radical organization and then be all right, well, let's just kill as many people as we need to. But it just seems like the threat that is coming back to them just seems so insignificant compared to the firepower that they're using, but they're making this threat so huge that the word ceasefire can't even be suggested.
Which, and that's the thing, is what would January or sorry, January 6th.
Wait, hold on.
January,
so you need an introduction, brother?
What would October 7th be if Israel actually had IDF forces protecting their border?
Probably nothing. It probably would have never even got off the ground.
Right? Because that's the thing that's no one that's completely fucking missed is that part of the success, and I say that in very strange fucking terms, but part of the success of the operation, you could say, right, and a completely just military fucking aspect of it was the fact that there was nobody, there was zero fucking guards at the gate. They didn't even have fucking Shaky Jake coming in late. There was no one there. Caught completely with their fucking pants down. And that's the thing is where the point where it seems like they're able to walk up onto a military base and just smoke show most of that fucking military base.
Right. And
so I mean, I don't, and that's where the thing is where tinfoil hat stuff starts coming in did BB know? All this other shit.
Said there was warnings and shit like that. They said
that's where it's there's always warnings.
They warned about that fucking that festival that was closed. So they were apparently when they were setting that up, somebody was "Hey, this may not be a good idea to be doing this here. It's kind of a not chill situation over here."
Yeah, I mean,
no, dude, it was.
Though, it's as soon as that's where those the assessment of hey. Y'all might want to watch your back a little bit. That is a obvious assessment after Abraham Accords, after the fucking more fucking settlements, after the attacks at Al-Aqsa. Of course, right? Hey, dog, you might want to watch your fucking back. And
the Egyptian state security system telling them, hey, dog, you might not want to have that festival 3 miles away from the Gazan border. I mean,
although that's some of the shit that's some of the reports it was saying that the fucking Hamas didn't even know that that was really going to be a thing. I'm who knows? I don't fucking know. But yeah, I mean, to answer your question, go back to your original question of how are they explaining it? And they're explaining it with blatant lies.
Yeah.
That it is taken, month and a half. But even now, because I was watching, a clip from DW News earlier on my stream. And the DW, this is the German fucking state media shit. And
yeah,
that guy was going back, like even they're not like, it was like, it's just obvious at this point. It's like so much bullshit, and he's having this like rough going back, over IDF soldiers shooting the 3 hostages, all of these videos of mistreatment of, because and like at best you could consider some of these captives prisoners of war. Most likely they are just, illegal captives of, they're just kidnapped hostages.
The one kid was like 16 years old that Israel released with like a broken hand and broken arm and.
Right.
Yeah. So even at best, though, you've got, pushback from the media that like normally, like, I don't think Israel is really used to dealing with even this
Right.
amount of fucking
True.
pushback, and it's like it's sad, but I mean it's happening, and
It's sad that Israel has to deal with this, Marcus. Is that what you're saying?
That's which it's just sad that anti-Semitism is still so rampant.
Right.
That's what's so sad.
Well,
Yeah.
speaking of which, let's see. I think I have an example of some good old some of that right here that we should probably talk about. Let me pull this up real quick. All right, let me make sure that I'm not doubling down here.
Making sure he's not spreading fake news.
And that's the thing is too. It's like which it is like a media effort, and like once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Yeah.
But you'll see them where, because it's like that you cannot deny it, right? It's undeniable.
Well,
What's
like
happening is undeniable.
how many times has Israel pulled up some fucking jerk off pointing at some like piece of paper taped to a wall with Arabic written on it, and he's like, "This is a terrorist hit list," and it's like, those are just the days of the week, homie.
Right.
Or like, fucking them pulling a fucking AK-47 out of like the top of a fucking MRI machine that, like, if that thing had ever been turned on with that fucking rifle in it, like, it would have blown up like the fucking room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is a terrorist archway.
Terror.
They're known for their arches.
This is actually very. This is an insignia of Hamas. These
Yeah.
arches that they have here, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here it is. Hold on.
He's pulling
So
up the Breitbart news article, everybody.
Yeah, I just sent it to you. I don't know if you saw this, but this is going back to there's actually 2 things I have here. So bring that one up first, Johnny. And
All
then
right.
There's this one. These are both about those church killings. The sniper outside the church that are shooting innocent Christian people at the church.
Let me pull this up and then pause this. Wait, not that one. This one. Let me just make sure this is loud enough, because I know that it's always hit or miss.
Make it loud.
Now joined from Tel Aviv by Yuli Edelstein. He's the chairman of the Israeli Parliament Foreign Affairs and Security Committee. Thank you very much for coming on the program. You heard our member of parliament, Leila Moran there, her relatives, 6 of them, targeted by Israeli army snipers in a church compound in Gaza. What on earth is going on?
Well, that's the question to Leila, not to me. I think that I can only say that we, as the Jewish people, are used to blood libels. So to hear that Israeli snipers are targeting women on purpose and not letting them leave the church is something that reminds me usually the atmosphere in the Middle Ages before another holiday.
Are you saying it's a
Passover.
lie? Are you saying it didn't
Oh my
happen?
God.
This is a flat lie, absolutely.
The Pope
No
is doing
Israeli
blood libel
sniper
against the Jews.
Fake
Yep.
news! Fake news!
Yeah, no, I mean, and like, that's the thing is like, remember the Nazi Pope? Well,
Remember-
it's happening again.
Here we are.
Yep.
Purposely targeted any civilian, to say nothing about women.
Well, we're now joined from Tel Aviv by
So do you know like how much evidence there is of like, you know, Israeli sniper? Like think about the March of Return. Is that what it was called? The Great
Yep.
March of Return. All of the sniper fire that occurred during that killed medics, that killed journalists, that clearly marked medics and things like that, and other unarmed individuals. Like, you know, that's just it's to say that an Israeli sniper has never killed an innocent person, let alone
No,
a
Pat,
woman,
they know exactly where every bullet lands.
Which, like, the thing
Yeah,
is, like,
when it
they
hits a
just
baby, when it
killed
hits-
three. Is like they just killed 3 hostages, waving a white fucking flag. You know, like
Marcus, they know where every
it's so
bullet
absurd.
lands.
It's so absurd to be like, how dare you? How fucking dare you? You anti-Semitic bastard! You're doing blood libel on me.
Wait,
Blood
one more
libel.
thing on this church thing, Johnny, you have to do what I just sent you.
No, I haven't seen anti-Semitism like this since the Middle Ages.
That's what you said
No.
too, is the Middle Ages.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're doing a pogrom on me right now.
Have you
Oh,
heard
yeah, this shit. God damn.
All right, everybody, strap on, strap in. Let's get ready for this.
Bad boys, stand back and stand by.
If a ceasefire means the return of the hostages and the dismantlement of a genocidal regime that has stated that they're going to attack us again, then everybody would be in favor of a ceasefire. But if a ceasefire means that we're just going to keep them quiet for a bit until they attack again, then it's Israel's obligation to defend its citizens and destroy that threat, don't you think?
Why is it necessary, is reported, to start shooting, having snipers outside a church?
I saw the reports this morning. The church, there are no churches in Gaza, so I'm not quite sure where the report is talking about.
I saw the report, but there's no churches, so I thought.
Hang on.
Okay.
How
Also,
many
everyone just
churches
register that
are
part where she
in
said, I
Gaza?
saw the reports. Because later, in about 10 seconds, she's like, I haven't seen the report.
Yeah.
Hang on.
See,
Let's
now,
see here.
sir,
This
when you
can't be
say
that
church, I
hard.
think what you actually mean is Hamas Worship Center.
This can't be that hard to just, like, you know, let's just take a quick little look at Wikipedia.
It's like
Right.
some of the oldest churches on the planet.
Yeah, we have to look up Gaza, the ones that are in Gaza, not the West Bank.
I'm trying. Or is this only the West Bank?
I don't know.
Because it says state of Palestine. So all right, so
Yeah,
we
if you
see
say to Palestine,
West
like, that's
Bank, West
fucking weird.
Bank, West Bank.
But this is an anti-Semitic
Yeah,
page.
even imply a state of Palestine is
Yeah.
you're already broaching on some very
There's
suspicious territory
1,
here.
2, 3. So there's at least 3. One of them is from, like, you know, 1160.
Jesus Christ.
And the Holy Family Church, right, is the only Catholic church in the Gaza Strip, the state of Palestine. The parish includes
That
a
must be
school.
this because it's a Catholic church, and if this is the only one, then this has to be the exact place.
Right. And this is from
Yeah, this is- yeah,
1974.
Yeah, the Holy Family Church. Yep, that's it.
Well, they got snipers outside of it right now.
So, all right. So that took no time at all, but
Yeah.
They did communion wrong.
Yeah,
what?
I'm guessing they did communion wrong.
Yeah, so
Right.
that doesn't make it. That makes it actually not a church.
They're the wrong kind of Catholic.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there are no Christians because they were driven out by
Well, there are,
Hamas.
respectfully,
Like
there are
Hamas.
Christians because I spoke to an MP yesterday who has family members in the church who are Christians.
Well, I don't know
Unless you're
what
telling me
happened.
she's
I don't know
wrong.
who was attacked. I didn't see the report.
I didn't
did-
see the report.
You said you saw the report earlier.
She said she saw the report like 10 seconds prior to this, and then once she gets prepped like a little
the
bit, she's
return of
like,
the hostages.
Which
and
and
the
that's where though
dismantling-
it's like they are like the people who are spokespeople. Like they're all
psychos.
no, they're all trained to say the same shit. They all do the same fucking thing, right?
Yeah.
Because like once you got them dead to rights on some horrific shit that the the IDF did, what do? Well, it's funny that you keep bringing this horrible thing up that is like obviously horrible that we did, and we should be ashamed that we did it. But one thing that I notice is absent about all this critique of this thing that we obviously did that's horrible is I don't hear any critique about Hamas. Right? They will always turn it back.
Mm-hmm.
Like they always do this same shit of, hey, it's been reported on, verified by Bibi Netanyahu. He got a tattoo of the sequence across his forehead of this happening. And they will say, it didn't happen. I didn't see a report. Those are lies.
Right, exactly.
Like,
Well, I love it that she started out like she tried to like reinforce what she was about to say by being like, I've seen the reports and there's actually no churches there. He's like, there are churches.
Yeah, she
There's no
literally
Christ-"
says right here, I saw the reports this morning.
And then and then she goes, I saw the reports. And then at the end when he presses her like with like 2 mild pushbacks, she just goes, I don't know. I haven't seen the fucking report, guy. I don't know why you're asking me.
I didn't see the report. So in under a minute, she goes from I saw the report this morning to I don't know what happened. I don't know who was attacked. I didn't see the report.
Yeah.
And Duttmeister says, when you catch them in a lie, you should not be asking them to create a better excuse. It's not just useless because they are knowingly lying, but you are giving them more time and space just to make up more and better lies. They are just lying. We don't have to do the mocking routine of pretending they are sincere. Stop asking your obviously lying enemies to come up with better lies. It's really annoying to just repeatedly call Israeli government officials and ask for the better lies. That's the thing, Duttmeister, is that like the news media in the U.S. and throughout Western countries continue to do just that, right?
I think there's a lot of new media that have like they want an answer that's gonna make them feel better about what's happening, so
and they just continuously
they have this like naive kind of optimism that like this isn't actually happening, right?
And they just continuously Israel is given every opportunity not to trip over their own dick, and it's like they just can't fucking help it.
well,
They're
yeah, because like you can't. They're doing a genocide. The fact and like this was like amazing. It was like one of the DW dude said. So it was like the question was, so will Palestinians get to return to the rubble where their homes were? Like he actually said, will they get to return to the rubble of their former homes soon? And like you could just see the IDF fucking spokesman dude. Doran Spielman is his name. But I think his actually name was Todd. But you can see them get incensed. You can see them get so fucking pissed. Because that's one of the things too. Is like there's a difference. Like American fucking like American spokespeople, they'll get all oh gosh, what please sir, don't we would never, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's like these IDF motherfuckers. They're like, how fucking dare you? How fucking dare you even ask me this?
how dare you be so anti-Semitic that you would ask me to like
motherfuckers get indignant.
right.
Johnny, I just sent you another thing. There's this one guy who keeps making the round of tripping over his own dick, and now he's doing it again here. Mehdi Hassan interviewed him, and then he was on some other kind of ghoulish interaction that we brought up. I forget exactly what it was, but here's this thing of him just making another callous, hawkish kind of interaction here.
I would reject the categorization of the words he used, cold-blooded killing. That would indicate a deliberate targeting of civilians. That's something we don't do. We don't shoot people who are going to church to pray. It just doesn't happen. That's not the way the IDF operates. That's against our rules of engagement. We don't know exactly what happened, and I would urge people not to jump to conclusions. There have been in the past all sorts of stories put out by Hamas and their supporters accusing Israel of all sorts of terrible deeds, and in the end they've proved to be wrong. And we're talking about it.
Have they though? Have they proved to be wrong?
Shireen Abu Akleh, you guys didn't see that reporting?
No, what happened?
They found out new evidence. Actually, it was one of the operations that in one of these schools that the IDF just bombed. They found a bunch of evidence saying Hamas actually murdered Shireen Abu Akleh. You didn't see that?
Sure, they did. Sure, they did.
No,
Yeah,
it's
sure.
true though. They found it.
Yeah.
You can't see it, but it's there. It's
Yeah.
there.
No, you
It
have
was in the
to.
tunnel.
Yeah, you have to trust them. It was in the tunnel with the archways, with the Hamas archways.
When he lights the kitchen on fire by accident and he opens the door and he's like, Jesus, there's a fire back there. He's like, no, there isn't. He's like, then what is all that smoke and light? He's like, that's actually the Aurora Borealis. And he's like,
You're telling me.
that the Aurora Borealis in this hemisphere at this time of year localized entirely to your kitchen? And he's like, yes. And then you go, well, can I see it? He's like, no.
No.
Well, can I see it? That's what's essentially happening here.
Combat area, there's exchanges of fire.
Do you want me to play the whole thing?
Yeah, play it out.
Between Israeli forces and the Hamas terrorists. To say that Israel is deliberately targeting Christian worshippers, that's a terrible accusation that is unfounded.
Would you acknowledge, Mr. Regev, that the bullets that killed these women were fired by the IDF?
I do not know that to be true. Obviously, we're looking into it. Could they have been killed by Palestinian terrorists who were shooting at our people indiscriminately? I don't know.
What?
You've got to be very careful. There've been countless stories since this conflict began, where reports out of Gaza, people are 100% sure that Israel did something terrible or this, that, or the other. And in the end, it's been proven conclusively that that was not the case. And people have had to retract their words. Unfortunately, some have refused, but
it's fucking terrible. So awful.
This guy, man. I love how the host or the interviewer or whatever had to dumb it down. They're like, is it possible that the bullets that left the guns and entered into the body of those people were fired by Israeli soldiers?
I mean, it could be, but it could also be Hamas.
He's like, he's like, yo, what are you asking me for? Like, what do you think I think I can fucking predict things? Like, you know, it could have been literally anyone could have pulled those triggers in that war zone that we're occupying and killing people.
It's like, yeah, maybe that could have happened in the world of anti-Semites. Are we there? Are we in that world? I feel like I'm in that world
because it feels like I'm in that world right now.
It feels like I'm in. Am I in that world? Are you an anti-Semite? I feel like I'm in that world. Yeah.
Oh God.
But that's like it's really. I mean, I don't know. Like that's like it is fucking really gross. And the Duttmeister was like, because it's like that is like it's like a very on point media critique of the continual. Well, can you just please tell me a better lie?
Yeah.
Like,
just give me anything else. Anything. Say anything else.
It's like, I see everything that's happening. There's an obvious answer to what's happening. You've told so many lies. All of those have fallen short to explain why you're doing this. Could you just please try again and lie to me? You know? And it's just like,
circle back and say something a little bit better. I don't know if you know, this is live. A lot of people are going to be seeing this. I don't know if you're aware of that. I'm very much aware of that. And I'm saying, please give me something better.
Yeah.
Watch them no longer do like live interviews anymore. Like any kind of like response or interview with anybody representing Israel is like, we will no longer do live interviews. We will only do recorded interviews that we will edit, you know, and we will sign off on allowing them to be aired. We can't keep doing this because like look at it, like at this point they have completely lost the narrative. For I feel the majority, I can't prove that, I don't know for a fact, but I feel the overwhelming majority of people, right, that have just the slightest just like self-awareness, right, are recognizing that like, holy shit, they're doing like an ethnic cleansing. Like whether or not, whatever way they feel about Hamas, right? The point is that like they are doing like, you know, collective punishment on these people that had nothing to do with this.
well, and that's, I mean, it's, and that's like, who's it? Chris Hayes did a spot last night and still ridiculously, you know, in favor of the Israeli government still ridiculously out of touch with like historical facts, and yet still says, "Hey, this needs to stop," because of what is obvious. Because the thing is just you know, once you know, like, hey, we're going there to save hostages. Well, they just looking at the numbers, Israel has saved one, and at this point too, I don't even believe that. I really don't. I don't believe a goddamn thing that those motherfuckers say. And until it's like independently reported, I don't believe it. And they don't let anybody else. They haven't let anybody else touch the hostages once they got them. So it was reported that Israel recovered one hostage through a military operation.
Dude,
maybe it's true.
Especially
maybe
after what that fucking grandma you said. You think they're ever gonna let another hostage like freely like say anything without like coaching?
Yeah. But like, so they get one hostage through military action, right? That's what Israel says. Whatever. They get 100 something during ceasefire through negotiations.
Only facts, drive safe. All right, don't be like me.
And then they go back to war.
Yeah.
Right? Go back to, or not even war. Go back to the genocide, and they themselves have killed at least 3 hostages.
Yeah.
Now, you like, if you want to get hostages back, because the thing is too, is like, there's people who don't have a problem with the IDF indiscriminately bombing Gaza, right? There are people who do not have an issue with it. They only have an issue with it because there's Israelis in there.
Yeah.
Right? And so even if for the fucking hostages, a ceasefire is a necessary option, even for people who do want to level Gaza.
Right.
You know? And then you have what should be normal people, right? Of saying, even if, you know, like, if somebody does something bad, hold that person accountable. Don't bomb hospitals and schools and kill 30,000 innocent people.
Don't leave babies to die in incubator. Don't leave babies to decompose, literally.
I mean, like, dude, but here's the thing is that, like,
you know that they were accusing Saddam Hussein of in like the 90s or whatever.
Yeah,
like throwing babies out of incubators.
With like literally the Kuwaiti ambassador's daughter as like the prime witness.
You know that whole lie that's real infamous now?
Yeah.
That's the thing that's actually happening with Israel.
Right.
You know the thing that haunted the discourse of the Gulf War? You know that thing that still to this day sometimes gets brought up, or at least during the Iraq War? That's happening in real life. With documentary evidence and pictures of the decomposing babies in the hospital.
Dude,
CNN has reported on this.
There is still decomposing bodies at the Rafah fucking crossing. Like 2 months later, there are bloating, rotting bodies of Palestinians that were fleeing and told to flee to the Rafah crossing by the Israeli government, and their bodies are still out there. Like, it doesn't matter at this point. Them even fleeing the hospitals, right? Like, it is still, right, an illegal war crime for someone for any country to bomb a hospital under any circumstance.
Right.
Which, by the way, I was reading or listening. I forget where the fuck I heard it, but it turns out actually it was England that did the whole, like, you know, bombing of cities first. Like, they bombed like a German city first. People, like, in the popular imagination like to think like, oh, it was, you know, the Nazis bombing London that, you know, caused, you know, the English to return fire and start like bombing Dresden and all these other like German cities, because, you know, that's what makes it fucking okay. But no, it was literally it was England that started it. They started bombing, you know, German cities to break their resolve, to bring down German morale.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna throw a quick shocker out there for you, but
let's hear it.
United Kingdom's not good.
No, what? No, not by any stretch of the imagination. But like when we were watching that that fucking YouTube video by Bestie Marks, right? Shout out to Bestie Marks. If you're not following them on YouTube, you should do so now. Bestie, like we would love to have you on one day. But they made a whole video about like, you know, this whole like comparison of like Hamas to the Nazi party of, you know, Germany, right?
Wait, Bestie Marks put out a video like that? What?
We literally watched it on stream, dog.
You're lying. Hold on.
No, I'm not.
Whose stream? Did you
Our
watch?
stream. Whose stream? Our stream. We watched it together. You were
Is
here.
it a new video?
You were right here with me.
I'm looking at their videos now. They came out with a video called 5 days ago called "What is Zionism?" and then before that there was a video 5 months ago called "How Nazism Survived in Germany." Is it an old?
Did it get
video?
taken down? No way.
Are you sure it's Bestie Marks?
Am I thinking of somebody else? There's no way. I don't think anybody else was. Oh no, it might have been Gaddafi official. That's why. All right. So
You just came at me
my
with
mistake.
confidence.
I fucked up. I'm
Confidence.
literally admitting
Yeah, you
to
must
it
have been
right
having
now.
Some kind of an out-of-body
Jesus
experience. You
fucking
must have
Christ.
been
All right.
disembodied, sitting here
Sorry
watching
I
the
got like the wrong, like, you know, tanky YouTuber that's making a lot of videos about Zionism wrong.
Now you're
They made
gaslighting.
one. They made one video.
Now I'm being anti-Semitic.
now you're gaslighting him.
Fuck, I keep doing this where I just confuse people. I something's going on with my brain, I think. But anyways, my point is that they did like a whole video about comparing Hamas to Nazism, and it's like literally like a myth that like the Nazis enjoyed like popular support from like the general German population, right? And that like they actually had a very small amount of support from the general public within Germany. I don't know if you've ever heard anything about that, Marcus.
No, I mean Donald Trump has only got, you know, what, like 30% of the populace that's actually going to be like willing to vote for him. But
He
like, there's so many
probably
people who are
had-
just- Oh fuck, we were talking about Nazi Germany. Sorry. Yeah, no, I'm not that surprised.
Yeah, so Donald
hear
Trump
that
actually
statement at all,
probably has
actually.
more support than the Nazi Party did in its entire existence.
Yeah. Well, we inspired the Nazis. In a
Right,
lot of
well,
ways,
yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That actually makes sense as well.
So I don't know. That's just something. I don't know. I probably got on a tangent. I took us way off track. But Pat, you sent me this tweet by Ryan Grimm talking about the extremely ominous. The reference here from Israel's representative at the UN to a willingness of other countries to accept Gaza workers suggests a rather dystopian potential that after Gaza is made uninhabitable, the surviving Palestinians will be allowed to become itinerant migrant laborers around the world. What the fuck?
And if you go down a little bit, you can see the whole thing too. You can look at the entire, the day after. You can look at the whole like kind of proposal that Israel is making of like how this is all going to shape up afterwards.
Danny Danimal Dannon, fucking Danny the Danimal Dannon. Recently, there is a growing international discourse on the post-war scenario, with various suggestions being made, many of which are dangerous to the state of Israel. To address this, I have published a 5-point plan, in Newsweek magazine for the day after our definitive triumph.
Wait, can you hover over Danny Dannon real quick just so I can see? Does it say what his actual like job is?
Israel's 17th permanent representative
This
to
is
the
an
UN.
actual- Yeah, member of the Knesset. Okay, so this is an actual politician, by the way. I just want to make
And
sure.
chairman of the World Likud.
Oh, is it cool?
Yeah.
Of course.
So, fuck. I don't know if I can make this smaller, if that helps. Probably doesn't.
Just read
No.
it out to us.
All right, whatever.
It's like we're children that can't read.
I'll read it to you like illiterate children. Demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. 1. Removing all weapons and terrorist infrastructure from the area. What the fuck is terror? Is that the arches? The Hamas arches?
No, that's all the buildings, hospitals, schools, the infrastructure.
During...
Here, let me show you some infrastructure, okay?
Okay. Well, while you pull that up, I'm going to read the rest of it. During and after the demilitarization, period, the IDF will maintain full freedom of action and will eliminate all security threats. What?
That sounds like occupation.
Here's an example of terrorist infrastructure.
That's like the definition of occupation.
Yep.
Oh, you want me to? All right.
If you
Well,
want
this
to
is
pull it up real quick.
well, this is from 2004, Pat. The day the tanks arrived at Rafah Zoo, among ruined houses, a haven for Gaza's children lies in rubble. Asked to be directed to the latest wave of Israeli destruction in Rafah's Al-Brasil neighborhood, and many fingers point towards the zoo.
So, and this is 2004. This is from Operation Rainbow, which is a lesser-known Israeli operation. You know, not quite as big as Cast Lead and some of these other ones, but still, an entire zoo, including killing of ostriches. You know, had to be. You know, that's just terrorist infrastructure, dude. You know what I mean? Like, what are we supposed to do?
Well, Hamas was gonna use those ostriches.
Yeah,
Kill.
for
You saw what they did
things.
with the parachutes. They were going to ride the
Yeah.
ostriches into
Do you know how
Israel.
They
many Israelis you can kidnap on an ostrich?
some like 20-something-year-old raven girl screaming on the back of an ostrich as they.
Jesus Christ.
Fuck me, god damn it.
Well, the brain is completely melted.
All right,
Well,
so
go back to the thing.
all right. They fucked up a zoo, right? They bombed a fucking airport into like rubble, so I assume a zoo isn't that much of a stretch. So,
Yeah, but
two.
in an airport, you could at least be like, there was a military plane there or something like that. Like, it's not like they were tactical kangaroos at that zoo that they had to kill.
Right.
And
So-
by the way, when I say ostriches and kangaroos, there was literally dead ostriches and kangaroos in that zoo. But those are both specific examples from that article.
So sad.
We're teaching those fucking kangaroos how to fight.
So, establishment of a security buffer zone. Before completing the demilitarization of Gaza, a security buffer zone will be established along the border with Israel at the length of no less than 3 kilometers. Entry to the buffer zone will be strictly prohibited to all parties. So, no birthday parties within 3 kilometers of the zone. I don't know what that means. What's a kilometer? How far away is like 3 kilometers? Marcus.
3 kilometers,
Like 2 miles, right?
Three. Yeah.
Like 6 miles.
Is it?
But, and
No,
just for the
not
record,
6. It's like almost. Yeah, 1.8. That's yeah.
wait, 1 kilometer is 1.8 or 3 kilometers is 1.8?
Is it 2 miles or is it not?
Oh, okay. Okay, 1 kilometer is 0.6 miles. Okay, got you. So the whole thing is about 2 miles. I got you.
All right, so no birthday parties within 2 miles of the buffer zone.
Also, for the record, also a part of Operation Rainbow was creating a buffer zone that actually led to Israel like bulldozing with like those military bulldozers, the Caterpillar, like the D9 Caterpillars.
Yeah.
Hundreds of non-military threat homes so that they could make this border home. And like I imagine that they're probably extending it from that, and there
Right.
actually already is quite a bit of criticism because of Operation Rainbow from the international human rights community, saying that they were doing this not out of military necessity, but as of like expansionism, and that they were just kind of like plowing houses for like a nebulous security reason. So it sounds like they could do more of that for a couple miles.
I mean, they just plowed through like a sleeping like tent community that was seeking refuge in front of like a hospital. They literally just bulldozed over them in their tents, in their sleep, in the middle of the night. So, point number 3 for Danny the Danimal Dannons, the day after plan, Gaza the day after. Israeli presence at the Rafah crossing. The Rafah crossing on the Gazan side will be rebuilt with new technologies and capabilities. The Rafah crossing, which serves as a crossing between Gaza Strip and Egypt, will be overseen by Israel and international forces. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was that not already the case?
I'm not certain.
I mean, no, that's because like that's the thing is like, yeah, no, Israel has like immense control even like over Rafah, and like that's something that's like no one really like talks about, and like they're like, oh, it's taking time to get shit to the gate, and it's all Israel and like their amount of restrictions, you know.
Yeah, they can't get aid in. So who's not letting the aid in? Is it Egypt?
Right. So yeah, how else are they not allowing aid in?
Right.
From 2018 onwards, goods regularly entered Gaza from Egypt via the Rafah crossing. On October 2022, about 49% of goods entering Gaza entered from Egypt via Rafah, while the other 51% of goods enter Gaza via Israel. About 3/4 of goods imported via Rafah consisted of construction materials, while much of the remaining 1/4 was food. During the 2023 Israel-Hamas war, Israel bombed the Palestinian side of the Rafah crossing. Egypt subsequently demanded assurances that Israel will not attack aid convoys. So that's...
No promises.
Right. Oh, wow. In October 2023, the start of the Israel-Hamas war, the crossing was again effectively sealed. For several weeks, the Egyptian government refused to allow either Gazans or foreign nationals to exit Gaza via the Rafah crossing. I thought that was Israel not allowing things through the Rafah crossing.
People coming out
with Israel now, and
Yeah.
I'm sure that they're just whatever Israel tells them to do, they're just going to do it.
Right.
Well, that's it. It's like the difference too is like people coming out and shit coming in.
Right.
Right.
All right, so point number 4 for Danny the Danimal Dannon's the Gaza the Day After plan is voluntary immigration. Nothing about that screams involuntary, right, chat?
Well, it's the same thing that they say about the ethnic cleansing of 1948. They'll be like,
All right.
I don't know, we just did the DRC massacre and a bunch of people started leaving. That was all voluntary.
It's not our fault they started, running like a bunch of... So, Gazans who wish to immigrate voluntarily to countries are ready to receive them will be given the opportunity to leave in an orderly manner to their destination countries of choice. The immigration will be conditional on the Gazans' desire to leave and the willingness of various countries to accept Gazan immigrants or workers. Point number 5, economic rehabilitation. The international framework, which will include countries from the region, will promote economic rehabilitation and the management of all civilian aspects. There will be special emphasis on the creation of a new educational system in each and every area of Gaza. The pace of investments will be closely matched to the pace of eradicating the culture of hate and incitement.
Jesus Christ. Like re-education camps across Gaza.
Literally.
I think that what they're trying, because again, I've probably mentioned this a couple times, but that Boiler Room documentary about Palestine's underground hip hop, right, was very interesting because 2 of the artists that they interview are Arab Palestinians that grew up with Israeli visas, right, and never learned Arabic. They have very little connection to Arab culture, Palestinian culture, right, and speak only Hebrew. They don't even know how to speak Arab. I'm not Arab. Fucking Arabic. What am I?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm losing it. But
I can't speak Arab.
Can't speak Arab. But it's crazy. I never thought that was something that was happening. But if I assumed that that's actually probably more common than any of us are probably aware of.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's where you there's a lot of talk or mention of there's a bunch of Arab Israelis and they love Israel, and
They have a political party.
Yeah, you know, and like there's all this type of shit, and like you know, like no one's like no group of people are a monolith. We, you know, like you could see, you know, whether it's like a comprador class or, you know, like literally people who just keeping their head down to fucking survive.
Right.
You know, like no, like there's no you know, like
I mean, dude, look at Operation Cast Lead, the fucking rainbow operation that Pat was just talking about that I've never even heard of before tonight. All the other operations that have gone on, you know, onto Palestinian people, right? Can I blame anybody that is an Arabic Palestinian, right, for not being like, you know what? Like, I am so fucking grateful to have this Israeli passport and that my children, right, even if they're harassed, right, they're well fed, they get to go to school, right, they like, you know, they're
not living under occupation.
They're not living under occupation. They get electricity for longer than 4 hours a fucking day. They're not suffering from malnutrition, right? They have water that is fucking, like, you know, drinkable.
The other important thing here to mention is that when they say about all these Arab communities that live within Israel, that's true. But there's Arabic Jewish people. It's not to say that they're all, you know, like I'm sure there's obviously Islamic people or
Avi Shlaim is a great example of that.
You know, after 1948, there was a lot of immigration from Iraq, other Arabic countries that had Jewish populations that were also Arabic, but also Jewish. Like Arabic and Jewish are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah,
right.
And a lot of people act like they are. After 1948, and then even more in the 1950s, when there was these border wars happening, where Israel was continuing to expel people from the West Bank area of the Jordan River into Jordan, as well as into Iraq, as well as into Egypt. These countries, and I'm not saying this is right, I'm not saying it's justified. A lot of these countries did the same thing back. They said, fine, you're going to give us a bunch of refugees, here's a bunch of refugees for you, and they expelled Jewish people. There was ethnic cleansing in a lot of these countries of Jewish people, and that's not fucking good. I'm not saying that's a good thing, right. But there's a lot, but this was precipitated by the crimes of ethnic cleansing by the state of Israel. Also, there was a number of voluntary ones who just wanted to go further based on the ideology of Zionism, because they were like, oh shit, there's a fucking Jewish state that just opened up, you know, 2 states over. I'm out of
New state just dropped.
Yeah, exactly. New state just dropped. Yeah.
We got VIP passes, baby.
Right, and Avi Shlaim has an amazing book, his memoir.
Can I ask you, Mr. Book Reader, now, have y'all come across any, I don't know, any stories of kind of like Arab Jews during like the Holocaust, or even like especially too like when, you know, things start coming out and like stories. So kind of like if there's like a sweet spot, I guess, a very small part of like, you know, prior to, you know, I guess really like an in-depth Zionist project, and just even like, I don't know, of having a, like, you know, I guess like I'm very curious if that's like the international connection of Jewish people, you know, prior and then after the Holocaust. And like,
if you're looking for a resource on, you know, Jewish communities within Arabic states during the period around the Holocaust, I would suggest Avi Shlaim's memoir, which is called 3 Worlds, which is the memoir of an Arab Jew. He was born in Iraq to an Arab Jewish family. He lived there for, I think, until he was 9, and then emigrated to Israel, then lived in Israel for a certain amount of time, and then emigrated to British. So the book is called 3 Worlds. So it's about being like part of like this like interesting trichotomy or whatever of being Arabic, being Jewish, and then also being like a British citizen at this point.
Yeah.
And he writes a lot in this about the what it was like to be Jewish in an Arabic state prior to 1948. Not just about his personal experience, but kind of like it in general also. So that would probably be like, is there anything else? Like, I'm not sure if that answered your question. I know. Is there anything?
I mean, yeah, and that's like because I well, I mean, I think to the best it did answer. Yeah, you know, it's
we're back.
It's to the best of your ability, because like it's a very neat, like very I guess like very small and like minute opportunity for there to be, I guess just like a very simple like feeling of like solidarity for this like horrific thing that happened,
Right. Yeah.
prior to like the Zionist project.
Well, the Zionist project happened in like I would point to the pogroms in Russia as like what kind of, not just the pogroms in Russia in the 1880s under Tsarist Russia against Jewish people. So after
So yeah, maybe even like prior, because
Well, Theodor Herzl started writing about Zionism and the resettlement of European Jewish people into the ancient land of Palestine in the late 1800s, and that was because of a combination of things. It was because of the pogroms in Russia, which were like brutal killings under Tsarist Russia of Jewish people, and then also things like the Dreyfus affair that occurred in France, where like there was essentially like a political military conspiracy against Jewish members of the French military, where Dreyfus and other Jewish military members were being sent to like Guyanese prison camps and shit like that, because they were just kind of like framing them. It was all just terribly anti-Semitic. Like, anti-Semitic was not only in Russia, it was not only in Germany, it was like endemic throughout Europe. And that's why Theodor Herzl and the Zionist movement were like, yo, we got to get the fuck out of here. And I don't blame them for that. I'm extremely sympathetic to the Jewish people of Europe for everything that they endured through that. But the only thing is that I can't reconcile that when we look at this historically wronged community, who's not wronged by the Palestinians, by the way, that just because there is an ancient biblical tie to the land, that now this justifies forcibly prying some of this land and giving it to a European settler colony at the expense of you and your land, the land that you've been tilling for generations, your olive farms, your orange groves, all of these things, and the ethnic cleansing that comes along with that. And like, so it's like, while on one side of that, we have to reconcile with the damage that something like the Holocaust and the history of anti-Semitism across Europe, how that all, coalesced into this Zionist project. But at the same time, I don't think you can just throw a dart at the board and be like, hey, Palestinians, Europe did a bunch of fucked up shit to Jewish people, and now it's your fault. You know what I mean? Now you have to live in refugee camps for the next 75 years because of that. You know what I mean? Like, I would have been more what's the word that I'm looking for? Amenable to some kind of like a resettlement within Germany, or fucking, somewhere where they were the ones that were responsible for the the situation that befell them. And I understand at that time there was this feeling of like, well, we can't do it in Europe because look at everything that's happened in Europe. But for the record, post World War II, I think many nations of Europe as well as the United States are actually much safer for Jewish people than literally Israel is. You know what I mean? They keep saying,
I don't know about all that.
They keep saying that.
It's
let me finish this point.
Yeah.
They keep saying that what happened on October 7th is the worst thing to happen to the Jewish community since the Holocaust. And it happened in Israel. It didn't happen in Germany. It didn't happen in England. It didn't happen in France. It didn't happen to the United States of America. That's why I'm saying that. It's from the rhetoric of the Israelis that say this.
Right.
And
it's like literally without a doubt, and like that's the thing is like, if you actually think about it, right? And like, I remember like in Maine, like the neighborhood I lived in was really close to this like a Jewish day school, right?
Yeah.
Not one time did I see any of these Jewish families like dropping their kids off strapped up with ARs with like
and that's happening in Israel, right?
Like it's like I don't think there was a bomb shelter in the school, right? I don't think most Jewish people in the United States have bomb shelters in their house or know where they would go to, right? Every fucking citizen of Israel knows where multiple bomb shelters are.
Yeah.
They've hidden in them multiple times.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
and
you
not-
just can't argue like this is the safest place for Jews, and it's like Brooklyn
It's
is
been
right
an area that's
there.
been literally embroiled in conflict for the past 75 years. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and I don't believe this, but even by Israel's own stance, there's been a war of destruction against them from surrounding Arab nations since the literal moment of their declaration of independence. Now, I don't actually believe that. I think that that's actually a very, very reductive and incorrect way of fucking framing this conflict. But you know what I mean? When there is something like a settler colonial establishment, like nobody can even if you are the most ardent Zionist that believes in the project of Zionism, you can't in any pragmatic, logical, reasonable sense say that you can't just dump a settler colony anywhere and expect there not to be an immense blowback that comes from that. You can't take 750,000 people and make them refugees and settle on their land and then occupy them for some amount of time without there being paramilitary, insurgent, radical groups that are going to be like, we're coming back for that. You know what I mean? We are deeply wrong about it. Like, so this is, this happened in the United States, and we carried out what is essentially a genocide. It happened all throughout South America and Central America, and they, in varying degrees, carried out a successful campaign of genocide. They did it in South Africa. South Africa is a little different because the white people are a minority, but through like the political structures of apartheid, we're able to gain this kind of like, prominent position. So it's like, you can't make that by being like, this is the safest place for Jewish people because we just set up the settler colony here. And a lot of people are very upset about that. And we've continued to twist the knife for 75 years.
Yeah. And the thing that's like wild is that, especially now, it's like they're getting the point, because even the rhetoric from Secretary of Defense Raymond Theon, and he's saying, he told Israel, you can win this war and have a strategic loss because the amount of people you will radicalize, and that will, essentially bring blowback. Now, if you can understand that concept, what was October 7th?
Well, here's...
This is where it's like when people were bringing it up, hey, October 7th didn't exist in a vacuum. Oh, you're trying to, you're giving excuses or you're, it's blaming Israel and you're anti-Semitic and blah, 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 blah.
Well,
but now they are now making that same valid point where if you do this to people, they will respond.
Yeah. Well, Johnny, do you want to bring up this study? I actually just found this today, too. This is an interesting thing from the PNAS. It's like the, what is it called?
The penis?
The penis, yeah, the PNAS. It's a something National Association of Science or something like that. Can you just...
both sides?
Yeah, just go ahead and read the abstract.
Both sides retaliate in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Ending violent international conflicts requires understanding the causal factors that perpetuate them.
Probably causal is probably the word that you.
Oh yeah, no, casual factors. The causal factors that perpetuate them. Good God. In the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, Israelis and Palestinians each tend to see themselves as victims engaging in violence only in response to attacks initiated by a fundamentally and implacably violent foe bent on their destruction. This really is a both sides article. Holy shit.
Dude, you haven't even read it, man.
Econometric techniques allow us to empirically test the degree to which the violence on each side occurs in response to aggression by the other side. Prior studies using these methods have argued that Israel reacts strongly to attacks by Palestinians, whereas Palestinian violence is random, i.e. not predicted by prior Israeli attacks, the Palestinians just being the zany people that they are. Here we replicate prior findings that Israeli killings of Palestinians increase after Palestinian killings of Israelis, but crucially show further that when non-lethal forms of violence are considered and when a larger data set is used, Palestinian violence also reveals a pattern of retaliation. 1. The firing of Palestinian rockets increases sharply after Israelis kill Palestinians. And 2, the probability, although not the number of killings of Israelis by Palestinians, increases after killings of Palestinians by Israel. These findings suggest that Israeli military actions against Palestinians lead to escalation rather than incapacitation. Further, they refute the view that Palestinians are uncontingently violent, showing instead what a significant proportion of Palestinian violence occurs in response to Israeli behavior. Well-established cognitive biases may lead participants on each side of the conflict to underappreciate the degree to which the other side's violence is retaliatory, and hence to systematically underestimate their own role in perpetuating the conflict.
You don't have to read the rest of it.
Oh, okay, all right, just making sure.
But yeah, so what that is essentially saying is that through econometric data, what we're seeing is that Palestinian violence, contrary to popular belief, is often or causally related to retaliation to Israeli killings, and that this contradicts the notion that Palestinians are just incorrigibly violent for the sake of being violent.
I mean, like, anybody with eyes can kind of fucking see that.
Like,
you know?
Do you think that, Johnny? Do you actually believe that? Because all of the discourse right now is that Hamas is this implacably fucking violent. You just can't talk sense to them whatsoever.
yeah.
I mean, this is
that's
everyone's
like-
thing. Destiny is saying this every fucking night of the week right now.
I feel like
You
those
can
like
say that people with eyes can see this, but that's just not the fucking case.
Yeah, I don't think
anybody that
I don't see
needs
Destiny
to-
as someone like that.
I feel like,
Yeah,
there's
his
like anybody that needs
every day.
anybody that needs this information won't accept it, right? Like
Yeah,
the people
I mean,
who cannot inherently understand this and like understand that that's what's happening, like I don't think they fucking want to. And I mean, I hope, right? I do hope like there's somebody out there that's just like, oh, this is the information I needed to convince me. You know what I'm saying? But like, also like, fuck that person. They deserve a wedgie.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
I mean,
saying?
we gotta
Like-
have the information. You know what I mean? Like, if this is the general narrative that's coming out on the one side, like, you have to be armed with this information. You have to be armed with some kind of empirical foundation that when somebody says these gross lies to you that are reducing Palestinian people to these violent animals, you have to be able to bring them something empirical to shut them the fuck up. Or to,
I'm
or if there's
not
somebody that's on the
disagreeing
fence,
with you.
Or if there's somebody that's on the fence that doesn't know, you know, if what's true and what's not. You know, you can say words, but then also you can slap them from like the, you know, what is this fucking thing? The penis. It is the
penis.
It's like, that's what it's like. It's just, I guess,
It's
like
the penis.
It's like more of a 30,000 feet. It is just so sad that like this needs to be done. You know, like it's like because like I agree with 100 what you're saying, Pat. It just sucks that you have to say it. It sucks that this study has to be done, because that's like you're like the point you're making is obviously, or at least to me, it seems to be the reference point that the researcher was doing.
Yeah.
You know, the claim is Palestinians are these bloodthirsty human animals. Let's look at the data and find out. Oh, it turns out.
Well, Johnny,
Everybody's
slide
a
down real
fucking
quick,
saint,
look
you
at
know?
the chart. Sorry, just continue. But
I want to
just-
also note that this is from 2010.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's so. These are the old.
Yeah, these are the old
the new
Palestinians.
Palestinians. Yeah, they're
All these
yeah,
Palestinians are dead,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Go down to the chart real quick.
Jesus.
See, look. So here, go down. Yeah, you see what? What's wrong?
I'm sorry. No, I'm just
This looking at this is like it's all wrong. This is wrong.
Right. So it's kind of charting here how you can see when there's these vicious spikes in Palestinian casualties, you can see a commensurate, not commensurate in the sense that they're equal, but you could also see that there is a correlative or causal rise in the attacks.
Yeah.
And the Qassam attacks, that means the rockets, right? The Qassam rockets.
Assume so, yes.
So
looks like got a shipment. Fucking
2007 was a good year.
Looks like right around when Obama, huh? Around 2008 there.
So what you're saying is Barack Hussein Obama was supporting Hamas.
Barack Hamas.
Hussein Obama was supporting Hamas. Do you smell what the Qassam is cooking?
I was just reading also that like the Qassam rockets that are so like woefully ineffective of really doing any damage are more of like not just symbolic but also like an economic strategy of Hamas, where it's like while they don't like necessarily intend, not that they don't intend, but what they don't expect for anyone to die, that every time that they activate the Iron Dome, it costs Israel like X amount of money. So if like the more Qassam rockets, even though they're only like $500 to make and rarely ever kill anyone, I think like 25 people have died because of them, like since the beginning of their usage. Every time that you activate the Iron Dome defense system, it costs like $15,000 or some shit. So I think it's meant as like a monetary drain on the Israeli defense force.
Well, and like, not that this is a good, you know, like obviously, but like that's the thing though. It's that like that the point stands, right? That like with these, you know, $50 fucking rockets and shit.
Yeah.
You know, and like, and that's where too is like. Cause and it's like it's something, and I do, and like I can't, you know, like, I feel like fucking congressman, and like just gonna pull out a Martin Luther King quote randomly, but no,
do it, you won't.
When like talking about releasing racist from their hatred, you know, like understanding that it's like this is a violent fucking system, but also is like a brain poison for people, and. I don't know if you've ever seen like people like former Zionists describing like their mental state as Zionists, of like this just desperate fear that the Holocaust is like, you know,
right
like seconds away.
Yeah.
And like that, like what that like constant feedback loop like will fucking do to people and shit.
Right.
And yeah, and like and that's where it's just like it's a similar thing with like apartheid South Africa. Of like white people thinking like, oh, once we stop doing apartheid, all the black people are gonna murder us.
Yeah,
Same
it's the
thing
guy
when
in
it
the
comes to
basement. It's the
slavery.
guy in the basement.
Yeah.
Have you heard our theory on this?
Oh, the guy in the basement.
Yeah.
No. Once
Okay,
you let him out,
so,
he's
all right.
good auction, just run away.
First I said like, oh, well, you know, what's going on in Israel is effectively like if I grabbed a guy, beat the shit out of him, and then locked him in my basement or a closet, and then Johnny corrected me and be like, actually, it would be like if you went into his house and shoved him into his basement and then just live in his house. So we'll go with that. I just want to give Johnny credit for correcting me in that, because that is a more apt example.
Yeah, and then for years, right?
If I walked into someone's house, assaulted them, humiliated them, drove them from their living room into a small confined and unfinished basement, and then they banged on the door, you know, throughout their injuries and their lack of adequate water and food that I give them. They bang on the door, they scream to come out, they sometimes devise plans to escape, and sometimes someone comes over and they're like, holy shit, what the fuck is going on in there? And they're like, oh yeah, I can't let him out. I can never let him out. He hates me for what I've done to him. Yeah, like the way that I perpetually wronged this person that is locked in there, I can never let them out because of what I've done to them.
Yeah, because there have been times where I've made peace with him, and like he's come out of the closet a little bit, right, out of the basement. Yeah,
there's no talking to him.
And then I can't help myself. I just start beating the shit out of him again, and then I shove him back down into the basement, and it's just like, you know, I can't let him out. I'll never be able to let him out. He'll take back over the house.
What am I supposed to share the house with him?
Like,
that would skew the Democrat. See, I'm trying to.
You want me to be homeless?
I'm trying to be demographic majority here in this house. The demographic majority being me and the ownership of this house.
Me.
And if I allow him to roam the house freely, now there's going to be a 50-50 demographic in here, and I just simply can't have that. Who knows what could come of that?
Right. Only Stan says, but there's a famous story that says your ancestors used to live there. This is historically your family's home.
Well, and it really, like, you know, there is a line of, like, argumentation that I think is so frequently looked over, you know what I mean? And that is, like, what is the ethical component of a Palestinian right to resistance, right? Because let's take it all the way back to 1948. You know, typically when you hear this talked about, you hear, well, you know, we shoved the flag down and we said, you know, this is going to be a Jewish state now, and everybody's going to have to deal with that. It's like, what is the ethical right of the Palestinian people to not accept that? You know what I mean? Because I think this is just looked at as a inherent ethical failing of the Palestinian people, and I'm not so sure that it is. You know what I mean? Like, like I said, as me and Marcus were saying before, I'm very sympathetic to the plight of the Jewish refugees from Europe that needed a place to go that was safe, but also you can't necessarily reconcile that with the people that are like, hey, we don't want to give you our land as a state. And it's like, can you impugn someone morally for being like, we don't accept that happening here?
Yeah,
we don't accept
absolutely
you
not.
taking 2/3 of our land and giving it to 1/3 of the community. Like,
Right.
And that's
this
like,
does not make
especially
sense for us.
in the face of the actual real anti-Semitism, right? That was all throughout Europe and the United States.
Right.
You know, like that's
You just
and that's where too. It's like really, it's like out of all the anti-Semitism in Europe, in the United States, they just pointed to the Palestinians and said, you know, we're gonna put our guilt onto you.
right.
Right.
You know,
Right. Because
And-
that's
Well,
the
not
other thing
only
is
our guilt, not only our guilt, but our anti-Semitism. Because Britain,
exactly.
the Britain proponents of Zionism, not the Zionists themselves, not the Jewish people themselves, but the non-Jewish people of the British military or the British political system were like, hey man, they want to go down there to fucking, you know, whatever, the mandate, and we got less Jews running around here in Britain. I'm all for it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like there was also an anti-Semitic vibe to it as well.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing is that like the whole like in the narrative that's been spun is that like, oh, under Ottomans, like, you know, the Jewish people like weren't allowed there was no Jews in Palestine, like, you know, prior to the state of Israel or something, and that's just not true.
Well, and also, hey, Sacrificial Mill, thank you so much for the subscription. Thanks for hanging out with us for the past 2 months. We really appreciate it. Go ahead, Johnny. I'm sorry.
But like, it's just not true, and like, you know, you're really onto something. We're just foisting that legacy of anti-Semitism that was throughout Europe. We've read multiple books about the Age of Enlightenment, about like, you know, the 16th and 17th and 18th century history of Europe, and it's like systemic anti-Semitism. Right, and I'm sure at some point we will cover the anti-Semitism that was present in the U.S. when we go over the book about World War II. I'm sure it'll come up, right? You know, regarding that. But like, you know, we still are dealing with anti-Semitism in the U.S. today.
Right.
So, you know, for anybody to act as if like there isn't a longer legacy here or there.
And that's the thing that's like really fucked up is because I feel like my entire time that I've been like politically fucking aware of in any sort of sense within the United States, there has been right wingers screaming about George Soros, Great Replacement, you know what I'm saying, and all this type of shit. And so like, of course, right? I've been seeing and calling out anti-Semitism for fucking years. And then, like, it's crazy because something that, like, has literally nothing to do with fucking Jews. Has nothing to do with Judaism.
Right.
When you say free Palestine. And that's anti-Semitic.
Right.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
not only
It's
that,
just, like, so fucking
receiving
crazy.
most of my information regarding this conflict from Jewish people.
Well, yeah.
You want to know who I read? You know who I read? Elon Pape. Israeli Jewish person served in the IDF. Benny Morris, Israeli IDF servant in Israeli Jewish person in the IDF. Avi Shlaim, Israeli IDF serving Jewish man. Noam Chomsky, American Jewish man. Norm Finkelstein, American Jewish man. I don't really read unless it's like an Arabic person.
Sounds like the top 10 of self-hating Jews, you anti-Semite.
Well, that's what I mean. You know what I mean? It's not like I read fucking, Christian conservatives on how bad the state of Israel is or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, I only read exclusively the writings of Jewish people to like educate myself on the state of Israel. And it's like, Pat admitted to liking Noam. Listen, Noam has joint books with Elon Pape. I have 2 books on Gaza that are co-written by Noam Chomsky and Elon Pape.
Let people have bad fucking takes, you know what I'm saying? Like, let people be cringe, let people have bad takes, like Noam Chomsky, he's fine, okay? He's fucking fine. Like, no one's perfect, okay? No, I mean, it's just like, and that's where too. It's like seeing MTG and like all these people who are saying that a lot of these like protests and marches he's going to, are like these anti-Semitic, pro-Hamas type of fucking like rallies, and they're run by Jewish people. They're organized. They're led by fucking Jewish groups, and it's like how the it's just, this is where it's just like, it's just fucking crazy. It's just crazy. But yeah, and like this is where too of like the whole thing was just like, I don't know. I'm just like over like the fandom shit and like, oh well, yeah, he didn't like all these things, and it's like, well, yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, you read his books, you take the things that's like good or bad, and then it's like you move on. Like, I don't know. It's just, I'm bored with it. Or maybe I'm just cranky because I'm tired.
Probably. Detmeister says Noam's career big break was because he was doing language analysis research for the DoD so that the generals could plan wars using computers with natural language instead of coding languages. So take that, Marcus, you war supporting, like,
Yeah, it's not like most fucking people just take fucking some of the lessons that he learned about fucking being critical of the U.S. state media and then just move on.
Yeah, it's not as if I don't have multiple Noam Chomsky books in my living room right now.
Here's the two books that I was saying: Gaza in Crisis, and then On Power. It's co-authored by Elon Pape. And
I'm gonna go actually whip myself, okay? Because I'm so sorry.
You're gonna go wet yourself?
Self-flagellate.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna whip yourself. And then wet myself.
You gonna go piss and cry? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Just whipping himself, crying, pissing his pants.
I apologize.
Detmeister, we have the link up on the screen right now, I think. So let's actually read this, because apparently this just came out today. Yes, this came out today. And this is from Reuters. Is that what it said?
Reuters?
Oh my God. Oh my
Release
God.
web. Okay. I don't
Reuters?
For real. I gotta go though.
All right, fine.
You don't want to hear this?
We can't keep you. We can't keep you captive. Can't.
You can't hold me down.
Come on.
At least put me in a basement first, okay?
Just a little restraining, all right?
Just fake it, it's a real thing.
All right, man. Maybe we'll talk about Friday.
Wait, when is Crima? I'm going home tomorrow.
Crimina's Monday, dog.
All right. Yeah, I can't promise shit.
I said maybe. I didn't say make a commitment right now. I said
no. You need to commit right now, Marcus.
You know how easy it is to just be like, yeah, maybe.
Marcus.
I like to either be able to make a promise or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, I live in the dichotomy. I'm authoritarian left. There's no gray areas.
All right. Yeah, you're right. My bad.
So yeah, maybe we'll see. But I'll probably be like chilling with my family and shit, playing like.
Yeah, no, that's probably a good idea. I support that.
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's all right. All right, y'all.
Later.
I'll let you go. Peace.
Bye.
Peace.
All right, let's get into this.
Oh, fuck me.
Do you not know how to leave?
I hope. I think like
your own Discord.
You X out the Discord, because I'm about to turn off the computer, so I just X out the Discord.
And it doesn't work, dog. Don't ever rely on that working.
It's so absurd, right?
I
That's
know. I
absurd.
hate it. I hate it. That's why before,
Well, let me tell you
after.
something else. I learned when I started doing my little streams by myself that after you raid out to somebody and go to turn off your computer, if you don't hit stop streaming, you don't stop streaming.
No.
I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning and I looked at my phone and Sam had been messaging me like, "Yo, you're still streaming." And thank goodness that I live a very wholesome lifestyle and that there was no fucking career-ending shit that got captured on the several unattended hours that my camera was running.
Just me feeding my gerbils and singing Christmas carols, you know, like a normal fucking Saturday.
Fucking
yeah.
This is why every time I end like a call, I put deafen, I mute, then I mute my actual mic, and then I turn my computer off.
And I'm sorry, before you go, I just have to have you know, Marcus, after I fucking was gone for hours, there was an empty chair being streamed. Some conservative, like right-wing dude came in the chat and started arguing to no one to an empty chair, tried to debate me.
Hell yeah. Did you win though? Did you win the debate?
I think I don't know. I think that when you're at that level, I think you can only win from that point.
Yeah,
like, when somebody's unhinged enough to enter a chat that no one's in and start being like, actually, you're wrong about something. Like,
hell yeah. Well, I'm proud to know you both and to know the owners of the greatest debate chair in all of left Twitch.
Likewise.
Fucking great. All right, yo, I'll talk to you.
All right, later.
Peace.
I think Marcus just said we should start doing debates.
He still kept debating. It's so good. That's so funny. When I woke up, the chat was in emote mode. Yeah, that was my first time ever streaming on my own with no one to hold my hand. And yeah, I kind of just like raided out. And then I think I raided to David. And I was like, all right, well, that's the end of that. And then I closed. I even shut down my computer.
Yeah.
But like it didn't actually shut down. Like I hit shut down and then just kind of walked away.
Yeah.
And you know how like it'll stop you from shutting down when there's like a what's it called like program open. So yeah, it just stayed on, just filming my chair.
One day we'll do what do you call it? Like a streamathon.
Yeah, versus stream.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's two of us, so we can just do it in shifts, you know?
Yeah, that would be great. Maybe we can do it as like a fundraiser for the trip to Colombia. We'll do like a 24-hour stream.
We'll do like a 3-day stream, a Goonathon. 3-day Goonathon of, you know, me and you just keeping this thing going for 3 days straight.
Just dancing and begging for money.
Yeah. We'll eventually either get canceled or make the amount of money we need.
What is the record for the longest stream?
Oh, I think it's like a week or something like that.
What's a goon to a goblin? Isn't there some people that just sleep in front of their computer? I've heard of that too.
Yeah.
That it's like
Amaranth does that shit all the time, doesn't she?
Amaranth? I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy, man. I'm not super hip on what
Amaranth. Sure. Well, I mean, they just changed a bunch of rules about like what's considered porn on Twitch, so you know.
Wait, did they make it tighter or did they make it looser?
Looser.
Pat's like, shut the fuck up. My wife is in this chat. If you only knew. If you only knew.
So, all right. Back to what Dutmeister, you know, is probably just like
my girlfriend might watch Amaranth more than I do.
Poor Dutmeister is just sitting there and being like, when are they going to read the article?
Yeah, they're talking about Amaranth. At this point, they're talking about fucking hot tub streamers. Like,
what the fuck? I showed them the article. They have yet to. They just had it on screen. I even
dropping. It's our entire program is really based on killing the mood. I don't know if you've seen the content of the books that we read, but we live to kill the mood here at Subversive History. So let's get into it.
Do you not get it that like our whole model is like gaslighting and like fucking what's the other one? Just tricking people into like looking at educational material.
Yeah, exactly.
So, oh God, help me. OHCHR Opt has received disturbing information alleging that Israeli Defense Forces summarily killed at least 11 unarmed Palestinian men in front of their family members in Al Ramal and neighborhood Gaza City. Jesus Christ, which raises alarm about the possible commission of a war crime. This comes in the wake of earlier allegations concerning the deliberate targeting and killing of civilians at the hands of Israeli forces. The Israeli authority...
What? Link real quick, so I don't have to scroll up to get the Dotmaster. I need this for my records.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you may continue.
Hang on, I gotta go back to the other fucking tab. The Israeli authorities must immediately institute an independent, thorough, and effective investigation into these allegations, and if found substantiated, those responsible must be brought to justice and measures implemented to prevent any such serious violations from recurring. So, you're telling me the country with the military that has this is the umpteenth time we've been over this for decades now of them just doing this over and over again.
So
this in multitudes.
The entire state of Israel is what you're saying. Yes, that's what we're saying. Thank you, Wilco. Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Like I'm just saying that, like, oh, by the way, hi Wilco. I'm just saying that, like, if what makes these 11 unarmed Palestinian men any different from the scores of generations of Palestinians, right? That have
virtually nothing.
The UN is a diplomatic organization, not the one world government. Can't enforce shit over the UN Security Council. The UN was never meant to police the actions of the largest powers.
Who is this? Who said that?
Duttmeister.
Right, but isn't the ICJ an arm of the UN though? Like, isn't the International Court of Justice a organ of the United Nations?
Bless me. On December 19th. Oh, sorry.
Also, would the UN, would Israel count as would Israel count as one of the largest powers? The UN isn't part of the
Thank you.
Israel isn't part of the Security Council, right?
I mean, do they even need to be at this point? Can't they just kind of, like, I don't know, do whatever? I feel like I just after, you know, October, it just kind of feels like at this point they can just kind of like do whatever, flounce whatever, you know, restriction or anything anyone tries to put on them. I mean, they rolled up with fucking bulldozers in 48 as they committed their massacres, specifically to mass execute people and throw them into freshly dug mass graves. They literally drove a bulldozer through a camp of sleeping people and ran people over. Like shit from a horror movie. It is literally like a scene out of fucking They Live.
Right.
So
yeah,
I'll read the third paragraph because Duttmeister says it's three paragraphs.
I guess there's two separate conversations that we can have. It's the futility of the UN, or like, you know what I mean, like that, like, you know, there has to be some kind of like third party arbitration of this matter. And I'm not saying that it's perfect or anything like that. I'm just saying that, like, you know, if we have the ICJ, if we have the UN, if we have the ICC, you know what I mean? Like, at least if we can get these resolutions, there has to be some kind of like venue for the United Nations of the world to kind of voice their vote in these things. And while they might not materialize immediately into something actionable, it still is like important to have that venue to like kind of be like, hey, 95% of the world says that this is wrong.
Right. So, the third paragraph says, on 19th December 2023, between 2000 and 20 and 2300 hours, I forget, is that like 10 and 11 o'clock, something like that? IDF reportedly surrounded and raided Al-Alda building, known as the Anan building, in Al Ramal neighborhood, Gaza City, where 3 related families were sheltering in addition to Anan family. according to witness accounts circulated by media sources and Euromed Human Rights Monitor. While in control of the building and the civilians sheltering there, the IDF allegedly separated the men from the women and children and then shot and killed at least 11 of the men, mostly aged in their late 20s and early 30s, in front of their family members. The IDF then allegedly ordered the women and children into a room and either shot at them or threw a grenade into the room, reportedly seriously injuring some of them, including an infant and a child. The OHCHR has confirmed the killings at Al Awad building, and although the details and circumstances of the killings are still under verification, IDF has not released any information on the incident. And it's just like, dude, come on.
And Duttmeister and Ninja Can, I agree with you. I'm not trying to say that there isn't a futility in the matter, but we do have to recognize that when when Israel did engage in the invasion of Egypt during the Suez Crisis, it was pressure from the United States that forced them to pull out. It was the pressure from Eisenhower that was largely a portion of them pulling out. When you go to the 1980s, there was a time when Ronald Reagan said that Israel was committing a Holocaust or something comparable to a Holocaust in Beirut or in Lebanon, and it was because of Ronald Reagan threatening to sanction Israel that they pulled out of Beirut at that time. So while we can say that they are part of the same, like appendage of global imperialism, it is also relevant to note that there has been examples of when, if you could change the position of the United States, we could pressure Israel to let its foot off the genocide gas pedal. Sorry. So yeah, you can continue now.
That was it. That's the end, dude.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that's fucking horrifying.
I was also trying to see if I could dig up that soundbite of President Ronald Reagan denouncing.
I don't know if it's a soundbite. I'm pretty sure, if anything, it was in writing.
Damn. Gonna make that like a sound alert. But I don't know. Still feel like, and I don't want it to be like this, obviously.
I don't want to feel like this.
Right.
Go ahead.
But I just still feel like the only way that this is going to seriously stop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not even just turn around, but just stop, is when Bibi kind of gets what he wants and another country militarily intervenes. Because
right, Duttmeister, but would you agree that potentially a way of potentially making it too costly is by having a venue like the United Nations that can put the atrocities of Israel on the world stage and potentially shift public opinion within the United States to then have them put that cost on them from public pressure?
Right. Well, I mean,
and I'm not saying this is easy or it's even going to happen, but I'm saying you know what I mean? It's something, you know what I mean? We have to have this information by some kind of a third party.
Duttmeister brings up a very interesting thing, because Saudi Arabia, if it really wanted to right now, like it did this past year, right? And I'm literally bringing up a talking point that Sami Hamdi brings up, where, Biden called, bin Salman a pariah. So bin Salman literally just arbitrarily raised the prices of oil, right, to make the American economy scream. And Biden, right, I think 3 or 4 months later or 6 months later, went to Riyadh and talked to him, right? And he's not only I will only turn the gas prices down or whatever if I can get assurances of U.S. security and stuff like that, and I want I want assurances from you that you're not going to keep denouncing me like that, right. making a mockery of me, making a fool of me, right, on a world
right.
stage,
mm-hmm.
And then the gas prices went down again, Remember when all the people were posting stickers of Joe Biden on gas pumps being I did that? Yeah, it was actually, it would have been more accurate if you had a picture of bin Salman and I did that because your president called me a pariah.
Peer pressure from the UN is the same as peer pressure from a country. What country is doing the most for Palestinians? Yemen said Israel doesn't get access to the Red Sea. And the US said, we will fight it militarily in Operation Prosperity. They said, we will fight it out. I don't disagree with you on any of the facts on the matter, but I struggle to see a way in which that we can potentially change the power dynamic without reports like this, that then like the entire international community, whether it be the EU, whether it be Russia, whether it be Iran, whether it be China, whether it be India, whether it be Brazil, whoever it may be that has some kind of sway in this international fucking forum that we have here, that could turn into some kind of like material consequence for the United States for its support, if not domestically, then foreign. And I'm not even saying that it's likely to happen. I'm saying, what else do we do?
I mean, for us here in the U.S., there isn't a whole lot that we will be able to do besides make sure no one shuts the fuck up about Palestine.
Well, yeah,
right?
And this is the ammunition that we need. This stuff
right.
in the UN is the ammunition that we need to make sure that people don't shut the fuck up.
Right. I think that like this is good. That's why I'm not saying like, oh, we need to like move on from Palestine because it's a lost cause. I'll never say that.
Well,
you know,
is Israel not an appropriate fucking defendant for the ICJ? You know what I mean? I think that's what we should all be putting to. You know, I think that's what we should all be fucking for the International Court of Justice. I think that's what we should all be calling for. You know, I mean, further than just boycott, sanction, divest. I think we should be calling for like a fucking tribunal in The Hague regarding Israel's war crimes through the ICJ. I don't even know if all three of those things are interrelated. I might have been fucking. I don't know if The Hague is where the ICJ intervenes. I could be wrong on that. I'm not
100%.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not perfect on all this stuff.
So, like, the only issue I see presented is who is going to be the lead prosecutor country?
Right. And that's a problem. I'm not saying that my theory here is not riddled with issues.
Right. Yeah. No, I know.
I'm just saying is that there's not a lot of actionable things that we can do here. Nothing. What is this? A bunch of unorganized internet randos, not being defeatist, but I think you were being too optimistic and appealing to ideology over material reality. You may be correct in some of that, but I don't see. If I saw something that I felt was like a better means of something that could potentially affect the material reality, then that's what I would advocate for. But I don't see really anything better than what I've already, kind of talked about.
Other than continuous discourse and continuous flooding, right, of like every social media platform discussing the ongoings of Palestine, right? That's all we can do materially, right? As far as like what material reality that can be affected, because obviously we don't really, do we really need to go into how we don't actually affect our foreign policy? We barely move the needle on our domestic policy, right?
Like when you read Norm Finkelstein's books, he's talking about Human Rights Watch. He's talking about the United Nations. He's talking about Amnesty International. He is weaponizing the information that we have from these like non-governmental bodies as well as the United Nations to change public perception, and it's been incredibly potent in my own understanding of the situation in Gaza, is being able to reading works by people like Ilan Pappé and Norm Finkelstein, who draw upon UN documentation of some of these issues. So I guess I'm just saying that I see some value in the situation that we can draw from things like the UN.
And if we're not...
The UN isn't perfect. I literally just read a fucking chapter in Norm Finkelstein's book about how there was a UN panel that grossly whitewashed the incident, the flotilla incident with the Maverick or whatever it was, the aid that went into Gaza that a bunch of people got killed on and things like that. So, I mean, like, the UN is not fucking a perfect institution whatsoever. I can't do anything other than just tell people what I know. No, just plans for the future, and that's optimistic. Not saying it's not worth it, though. But never rely on status quo organizations to make decisions based on ideology when material reality exists.
Oh, no, I'm not relying on any kind of status quo organization, but like what I'm getting at by like continuously like making sure that it stays within like the public eye, right? Months, years if it takes it, right? Is that like, it's not just going to be here, right? Like, I doubt that people, in Turkey, I doubt that people in the UAE, right, or in Oman, or even the people not in power in Saudi Arabia, or any of these other countries like Lebanon and Jordan, right, I sincerely doubt, right, that any of the people living there, right, feel much better about this. And the stronger a reaction, right, that we have, I'm sure, right, in countries like Egypt and Lebanon and Jordan and all the other countries surrounding it, like, their public have to be like, well, if they're up in arms about this, like, why the fuck are we not up in arms about this? Why do we not care? Because eventually, right, we've seen what the Israeli foreign policy looks like, and it is constant expansion. Right?
Yeah. And it's difficult. I'm not saying that I have all the fucking answers or that, like, or like.
No one has like a crystal ball to be like, right. This is what's going to happen.
Know, you know what I mean? No. Like, I could be absolutely wrong about everything that I feel about this. And that's okay. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to say, like, Dutmeister, you're so fucking wrong for, like, saying the things that you said. Like, you probably are right. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't see a better use of my time than what kind of, like, looking at documentation like this. And then, I mean, evidently, I think you're the one that shared this in the chat too. Like, evidently there's some degree of, not faith. I'm not gonna use the word faith, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, there is a value to this that you see as well.
Right. I personally think that, like, that we've seen Israel, right, like, hint at its plans for the future. I think that doesn't require a crystal ball. I think that their plans for expansion outside of, the borders of, Palestine, right, that's going to happen, right?
I'm gonna pee real quick.
Okay. It's not, can it even be called a hint where, like, what the fuck was it? It was the military asshole. What the fuck's his name? Like, literally standing on a podium with, like, the larger, the greater Israel, right, on the podium. Also, Dutmeister, at some point, we really need you to get a mic. Because, I feel like conversations like this just, like, allow you to be able... Yeah, Defense Minister Gallant, or whatever the fuck his name is, that ghoulish fucking asshole. Alright, let's see, Ninja Can. What are you trying to cancel us with now? You do have a mic? Do you ever want to just, like, come on? Talk to us that way, like, just be able to say whatever it is you want to say instead of having to type it out. Let me just mute that real quick, put that on.
יום אנחנו באים לעזה, אנחנו באים ללבנון, אנחנו נבוא לאיראן, אנחנו נבוא לכל מקום. תביאו בחשבון כמה אנחנו הולכים להרוג מכם וכמה אנחנו הולכים לבצע בכם על כל אחד מ-1,300 האנשים שרצחתם, שדדתם.
Hey Pat, so have you ever seen this?
Is this the guy saying...
The Israeli Channel 14 host Shai Golden says, adding to that Israel is prepared to fight with the United States and the whole world too.
I thought this. Wait, hold on. Is Dutmeister saying?
Dutmeister says he has a mic because I said, like, Dutmeister, like, would you ever want to just, like, come on, and that way, like, we'd be able to just
that's what I'm saying.
To you.
They ever want to come on and talk. I'm not saying, like, come on and debate me, because I don't think that was a debate at all.
No, I want you to debate Pat. I want you to argue with Pat.
All the information that they provide us in the chat. So if they ever want to come on and talk,
whatever Pat says, just disagree with him, Dutmeister. You don't even actually have to have a solid position. Just keep changing.
Yeah, let's play this note, because I don't think I have seen this yet.
Okay, so Pat, right? You'll hear some people say, like, don't bother listening to, interviews with, like Dutmeister has been saying, like, don't bother listening to interviews of Israeli officials with Western journalists, right? That's where they're at their most dishonest. They're at their most, like, you know, intellectually, like, corrupt, right? Listen to what they're saying in Hebrew on their own channels for their own media, and that's where you'll get the most honest, right, about how they really feel, right?
Yep.
לכם כל יום. אנחנו באים. אנחנו באים. אנחנו באים לעזה. אנחנו באים ללבנון. אנחנו נבוא לאיראן. אנחנו נבוא לכל מקום. תביאו בחשבון כמה אנחנו הולכים להרוג מכם, וכמה אנחנו הולכים לבצע בכם על כל אחד מ-1,300 האנשים שרצחתם, שדדתם. לא ראיתם מספרים כאלה בדברי ימי האומה הערבית. אני מעדכן אתכם שזה בא. למקרה שאתם מבולבלים, אני מעדכן אתכם שזה בא. מספרים שלא דמיינתם שאפשר בכלל להגיע אליהם. ואנחנו מוכנים להיכנס לבידוד בינלאומי, ומוכנים לריב עם ארצות הברית, ומוכנים לריב עם כל העולם ואחותו. כמה שנצטרך עד שכולכם, כולל כל התומכים שלכם, תעלו לפגוש את אללה, אנחנו נהרוג. שיהיה ברור, שיהיה ברור, זה המצב בישראל, זה הסנטימנט. אז תחגגו ברשתות החברתיות, תעשו פרי פלסטיין, תעשו את כל המסכנות שלכם, ואנחנו נבוא להשמיד אתכם. להשמיד. להשמיד. תעבירו את זה, תריצו את הסרטון הזה, שיראו כל החברים שלכם, מה אנחנו עומדים לעשות לכם.
So, you know, like, this guy, I think, probably is sharing, like, not too uncommon of a sentiment. And it's interesting that he says, like, we're even willing to go to war with the U.S. Pat, have you ever heard about how Bibi is actually not even the most right-wing, like, within Israel?
I haven't heard that, but I can imagine it. In the same way how Donald Trump is like the face of conservative politics, yet there is a underbelly that is far more fucking terrifying than even the Trump man. So yeah, I agree. I can imagine it, but I haven't heard of it.
Yeah, that, like, you know, what is his name? Ben Gvir or whatever, right? Is like even more to the right than Bibi. Like, Bibi, at least at the end of the day, is about making money and like being corrupt. But then you've got other people that are like, I guess, comparable to like the true believers of like QAnon within the US, where it's like, no, they really do believe that, like, you know, in like the space lasers and the, you know, Templars or whatever, lizard people, fucking, you know, fourth dimensional fucking Alex Jones type shit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they got people, they got like whole ass like parties of people out in Israel that are like, no, we're gonna conquer the entire Levant.
Well, that is pretty much just the Likud party, by the way. I mean, like, right. It's not even like, you know, like, you know, you can say that the Likud isn't the most right-wing party, but even the Likud party, which is like a, I guess, mainstream conservative party there, also says the same thing.
Right. I mean, like, there's multiple parties that kind of say the same thing, but like, you know, my point is that, like, you know, let's say, you know, the ceasefire happened, right? Let's say that we actually somehow magically get a ceasefire, a long, a long-lasting, agreed-upon ceasefire between the Bibi administration and Hamas, and everything just finally goes back to the way it was before October, which was dog shit to begin with, right?
Right.
You know, and let's say, right, that's the end of, you know, Bibi Netanyahu's like administration. What follows is probably going to be more just incredibly like unhinged, bloodthirst, psycho fucking like genocidal madness.
Dubmeister says they'll come on.
All right, just go into like any of like the voice channels in the Discord, and I'll just drag you. Not the Subversive History Discord. It's got to be the left flank Subversive History Discord.
Just play the video that I sent real quick before, because I want to follow up with you on this.
Yeah. Hang on. I hate how I need to fix this, because every time I like open up a video on Twitter, it just automatically starts playing.
Yeah. There are some people saying that he's not going hard enough. That's correct.
Yeah. Which to us is just what?
What?
חס וחלילה, פשע מלחמה זה אני, אתה רגל על הגב. פשע מלחמה זה אני מודה, אני אגיד את זה פה, לא אכפת לי שירדו עליי, אוספים פה חומרים. אני לא נרדם טוב בלי שאני רואה בתים קורסים בעזה. מה אני אעשה? עוד בתים, עוד מגדלים, שלא יהיה להם לאן לחזור. אגב, בתקופת התנ"ך גם היו זורים את האדמה במלח. הם צריכים לזכור עם עמלק. הם צריכים לזכור את זה להרבה מאוד זמן. אי אפשר להגיע לאיזה הסדר מיד. סליחה, זה רק אני. זה פשע מלחמה. חס וחלילה.
Is that like the Israeli John Green?
I don't know. Well, that's not the one that was saying. I don't know what that guy's about. But the guy who was saying, he literally said, "I can't sleep
Unless I see houses being
destroyed in Gaza." Ninja, Duttmeister said, "Is there any voice channels in the left flank Discord?"
Are you Bobby Bobster? Let me just drag this random person in here. Hey, are you Bobby Bobster?
Hello?
Hello, Bobby.
Yeah, I'm Bobby Bobster. Discord account like what, 2016.
Nice.
Yeah, this is an old profile too. I got like who is it, Tony Abbott? Yeah, Tony Abbott is my profile pic.
Nice.
Nice. Well, nice to meet you in voice.
Yeah, I guess I gotta mute the stream though because now it's echoing.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
So, but like, can you like still hear the stream? I mean, like, you should be able to hear.
It. I can hear you guys.
So, I'm just gonna run away from the screen real quick, but I want you, in your own words, to tell Pat like what it was you were trying to get across and like what you think about like the fucking article like that we read that just came out today.
The one I sent earlier?
Yeah, the one that we just talked about. You said it was like 3 paragraphs long. We read it.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, what do you say about that?
I don't know. I thought
there really isn't anything to say. I think everything that you could say about it is essentially something you can't.
Right.
You can't say what you're supposed to say about that.
I see what you're saying.
That's it.
Right.
I mean,
because like to like, Pat's point,
what do you do?
Okay, so the point that you're saying is that we can have this information, we can have everything that's being brought there, but even armed with that information, there is nothing there's nothing that's even like worth doing with that information that will effectively enact any kind of change.
I'm not saying to like ignore these information. Like I always look at this stuff anyway, right?
Yeah.
Regardless of whether it has, an immediate impact or not.
True.
But the question is, well, what can you materially do about this? And the answer is nothing, because we all live in America, which, if the United States was to change course, that's a fundamental change in the government.
Right. I agree with you. And what you're saying right now is nothing that I disagree with. I don't see there being any kind of like radical change in the fundamental character of the United States government. I don't foresee Joe Biden changing his viewpoint on this. And judging by how the United States, I guess you would say the Congress has voted in terms of anti-Semitism equating to anti-Zionism, the way that they've censored Ilhan Omar, the way that they've censored Rashid Tlaib. I'm sorry, I don't even know how to say that person's name appropriately. And the way that they have continued to funnel weapons to Israel, also while doing so, while being able to sidestep Congress, much like they did with the Boland Amendment back in the 1980s for support for, the Contras in Guatemala and things like that. I don't see that fundamental change happening that I agree with you would necessitate the foot being taken off the destruction gas pedal in Gaza. So I agree with you on all that.
No, it's one of those things where essentially it's just two groups of people talking past each other.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a criticism I make of myself all the time anyway, because it's like, what am I doing outside of just telling people that I'm physically in presence in what's happening?
Yeah.
So it's a critique I make of myself, and it kind of eats at me every day too, on that fact too. But if someone's attacking you, there's only one thing you can really do. Pacifism only works if the other side believes in it as well, right?
Yeah,
And
the
I'm not trying to
classic
sound like a
Stokely-
tough guy. You know what I mean?
Stokely-
I'm not a tough guy at all in any stretch.
Neither
of
are
the
we, dude.
imagination. No, I don't. None of us.
Well, hold
are.
on.
We're all in.
Hold on, hold
There's a
on.
lot of toxic masculinity still brewing around in here. You know what I mean? Go ahead. I'm just kidding.
No,
I'm actually not kidding, but go ahead.
I'm not going to stop talking about the stuff, but
Right.
how many times am I going to talk to every ignorant person who is just like, well, actually, Israel's doing what it needs to do?
Right.
Like, what am I going to argue about? Like,
it has a right
one
to
thing I can do
self-defense.
is I make my point and I move on.
Right.
Because, okay, one thing about me, right, is potentially cancelable for some people is I did debate in high school. I was okay at it.
You did what
Decent.
now?
Debate.
I did debate in high school for 3 years.
Oh, I thought you did something heinous, dude. If all you did was debate in high school.
No, see, this is the thing though, Johnny. We're talking about internet canceling, right? You can't cancel someone in real life.
Look, I think that
some people, for some people, they see that and it's an automatic L. And this is what I'll say about debate. Debate was both simultaneously the dumbest thing I've done in high school, and also the most important thing I did in high school.
Dude, I smoked weed out of a fucking Arizona can. I feel like we got two different definitions of dumb. There were other implements freely available to me.
Debate works is there's either two people or two teams, and there's a judge. Now, I want you to imagine losing a debate to something that your opponent never said because the judge wrote it down. And think of something dumber than that. Imagine losing a debate because of something your opponent didn't say.
Right. Well, and I just to jump in on that, I did a debate in college where in my history class we had to split the room into who thought that dropping atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki was the correct thing to do versus who wasn't. I was, of course, on the first of all, I was astounded that I even had that there was even a team that said that was the right thing to do. Secondly, I lost the debate because I was the only one on my team that spoke. So the history teacher said, I agree with Pat's side, but this is about class participation, and Pat did all the talking on the other side.
True, but that's
so that side lost the debate, and the other side won, even though I disagree with them.
That's completely that's the thing about debate is it took me probably 2 years to figure this out, which is it's not a truth finding mission.
Right.
It's about convincing someone to side with you, which is both stupid and not.
Because I think for the most part, when people are entering a debate, they either already know which side they support, or they know that they support the person who is doing the debating, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess just let me ask this. I mean, I've heard it described as that, if there's two people debating and then an audience watching it, that when you're debating, there's the person, your interlocutor, and then like the 40% of the people that are watching that are like the die-hard adherents to the opponent's side of the debate. You're speaking and you presenting your case will never be influential to those people. And then you have your 40%, and then there might be 20% of people that view that may have somewhat of, maybe even less, but it's not about changing the person you're arguing with. It's about, someone who might hear it and be like, oh, wait, that makes a little bit more sense. So like, it might be like some way of like steering a viewer's mind.
So you're saying that debate.
I think what you got to consider with debate is it's all rhetorical, right? I mean, obviously arguments help. Like if you have a good argument, it's really easy to make, or easy. You can make the other person look like a fool. And then, there's like plenty of stories I know of just like various reasons of like, people starting to cry in the middle of a debate because they feel stupid. It happens all the time. I was friends with someone, and to be fair, they were an asshole. but they did make lots of people cry.
That's awesome. Was that person's name?
Yeah.
Was that person's name? Like, you know, Norm Finkelstein or like fucking no. But what I'm getting at is I think Pat believes in, like, you know, the Jamhuriya rules for sport, and that like debate should be handled privately and for the love of the game, for the pure thrill.
No, that's the problem, Johnny. Which is, debate is a rhetorical exercise. It's not about finding out what's true.
Right.
If you're trying to find out what's true, you essentially, you would like steelman arguments, right?
Okay.
You would present your opponent's arguments in the best possible light, even if they didn't make the argument. Even if they're stupid and they didn't make the argument, you would make the argument for them to try to prove yourself wrong.
Right.
So here's
But that's not what debate is. Debate is about going on Piers Morgan and making the other side sound either stupid, clueless, psychopathic. That's what debate's about.
Hell yeah.
And that's, you know, that's why it's one of those things where it's like, I lost a debate that with my opponent not even saying something, and
is
then
it because you cried?
Putting that in the decision. In the decision, they write out like the reason why they voted for a side, and they put in there an argument that my opponent did not make. My job as a debater is to make sure they don't even think about putting that down.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's about it's so manipulative, right? But that's what it's about. Like,
here's an example.
It's not about finding the truth. It's about getting them to just vote for you. They don't have to believe you. They just have to vote for you.
Right. Well, here when I was in my English class, I was in another debate, right? And this debate was, is police brutality a problem in America? And my professor chose for me, and put me on the negative. So I was tasked with arguing that police brutality is not an issue in America. And while I wasn't happy to be on that side of the debate, I took the exercise seriously, and I found a bunch of statistics. Such as there was like a less than 1% conviction rate for crimes of police brutality in the United States or something like that. And then during the debate, I would say, well, then why would if there's so much police brutality in here, why are 1% of police, like, why is there 1% of cases that even happen like this? And like somebody will be like, well, I don't think that that's right. And I'm like, well, you need to take that up with the FBI Bureau of Information because it's not me making like I took a bunch of bullshit statistics and like I made like a house of cards argument for something that I didn't even believe, and I won a debate in college.
Wow. I did
that for years, dude.
I don't even remember what the actual. I know it had something to do with pedophilia, and I was on the side of.
Jesus.
Yeah. This was in college, county college, and.
Was it West Germany?
No. Close. But no, I learned that like we only have like a handful of like national centers even bothering to study this. There's like a lack of funding. There's a lack of people that want to study it because of how taboo like the entire fucking topic is, you know, and it's much more societally easier for, you know, people with, you know, this condition to just throw them in prison.
Yeah, it's kind of like Nuremberg, where they actually took the psychologists to diagnose what was wrong with these people, like the Nazi perpetrators of the Holocaust. And like all of these psychologists and sociologists that came to this conclusion that there was nothing fundamentally different from the Nazis from like average people by and large.
You're talking about Hannah Andret, right?
A bunch of them dropped out of the study because they didn't want their reputation on the line with being like, there's nothing like particularly psychopathic about these people. They're regular people that got caught up in a propaganda and were convinced that this is the shit there's a whole book on this called Ordinary Men.
I thought it was The Banality of Evil by Hannah Andret that you're talking about.
There might be other books on this as well, but yeah, I 100%. But also, it's similar to pedophilia. Like, if you have to study this, and maybe it's taboo to even have like a humanizing take of like why this derangement could occur. That like some people don't even want to touch it or put their name on that type of thing.
Right. Well, that's what I found in college like 10 years ago when I had to do this fucking debate.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's that's why I say debate's the dumbest and smartest thing I ever did in high school, because it's not about what's right. You could be completely right, but if you can't convince people of that fact, what does it matter?
Right.
For example, you know, you guys say you're communists. Okay, why do I care? You can't do that. You can't feed me. You can't give me a job. You guys can't do that, and your organization can't do that because
Right.
Yeah, because we're free.
it's one of those things where it's people. I was a bit of a STEM lord, especially in like middle school, right? And it's one of those things where I'm just like, who cares what people think? It's stuff is true or it's not true, and if they're wrong, and they're just idiots.
Yeah.
But if you can't convince them to believe in something, to think, not even just believe, but just to know something is true and to act upon it, what does it matter? That's what debate is, and that's why while debate is the dumbest thing you can do and it's pointless, it's something you have to do, and it's something you have to look at and train yourself on, because it's not something you can just be a good public speaker on.
So what if I were to tell you that our entire legal system, our entire judicial system is based upon like people that are really good at theatrically making a well-constructed point and getting people onto their side?
That's kind of.
I would say that's the natural consequence of it. I mean, that's what it is, right? Isn't that what law is? It's always going to be.
Right.
How do you make it more? How do you make it more objective?
I don't know. I mean, that's the thing about, like, you know, at some point.
I got the answer. AI.
I mean, think about
AI.
like in terms of like Israel Palestine.
If Israel can use AI to find targets in Gaza, then AI can also arbitrate legal decisions within the United States.
I think at some point it comes down to a matter of faith, not to bring up like that fucking debate that we watched like about a week or so ago, right? But at some point you inevitably come to the conclusion of, I have faith that, like, you know, the facts that we have, the things that we can put together from the evidence that, like, you know, we can gather, right? Because I was not there, I did not witness this with my own eyes, right? That, like, I have faith that this is the correct decision. This is my belief.
Kind of to Duttmeister's point, though, you have something like maybe the OJ trial, where you had someone like Johnny Cochran, who was a very, very talented orator, who, like, while, like, I think the court of public opinion is absolutely convinced that that OJ Simpson murdered, I don't remember her name. But murdered, you know, his wife or ex-wife. I forget exactly.
It was his ex-wife.
His ex-wife. Because there was a very talented spokesperson that was able to kind of enchant the
Nicole
room.
Brown Simpson. Thank you, Red Wizard.
Yeah, you know, Nicole Brown Simpson. Okay, that was able to enchant the room and a jury and a judge and everything like that. OJ walked free. I'm not sure if OJ is currently in prison or not. I know he has had a couple Russian.
I don't think he is.
I can never tell.
Pretty much.
Let me bring up something even more interesting, and hopefully one day we can read a book about South Africa, right? But South Africa. Have you ever read about the criticisms of the Truth and Reconciliation hearings?
No, I haven't.
So they're often used as an argument against restorative justice, because the Truth and Reconciliation hearings were attempting like a nationwide like, you know, form of restorative justice, you know, including testimonies of, you know, people from communities that didn't share the same language, so they would have translators translating, you know, testimonies from both like defendants and also the prosecution and stuff, and from witnesses. And sometimes the translations, like, you know, were given with a flat effect, but like, did they really want to be given, like, you know, the same emotional affect? And there's
so you're saying that the like, you know, in this Truth and Reconciliation Committee, where like they had to like make this case to have some things change, is that when you remove the passion of the speaker through the flatness of a translator, that can have a dramatic outcome, a dramatic impact on the outcome of the case.
It has often been cited as like a tragic misstep. Yeah, but there's other issues that, like, you know, I remember reading about where it's like, you know, maybe restorative justice is it just works better on smaller microcosms, like of society, smaller communities, rather than on a national stage where, like, you know, it's difficult. You know, it becomes a difficult process. It becomes a much more complicated process because, like, the thing about restorative justice is that, like, it's supposed to be, like, you know, the restoration, right, of a community.
It's not supposed to be revenge. Yeah.
Right, and it's supposed to be restoration of a community, right? And when you start from day one trying to do, like, the entire fucking community of an entire country, you're gonna find a lot of, you know, issues and complications.
Ultimately, it's one of those things where it just comes down to who's making the decisions, right? I mean, Israel's saying they didn't shoot at people in churches. They're saying Hamas did it.
Right.
Yeah.
And let's say if it's true or not, what difference does it make?
Well, it's not about.
Remember that article I sent earlier today?
Yeah.
What has that changed in your life?
For our lives, nothing, and nothing for the Palestinian people either.
Other than, like, mental anguish, you know.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the other thing is that, like, you know, even for the Palestinians, how many reports from, like, what is it, Euromed and all of these other organizations, B'Tselem and, you know, Human Rights Watch and all these other things. It's been decades of report after report after report of, like, red-handed, blood on their hands. These people did this. We could probably even, like, look up reports where it's like they name names of people that did this, right? And yet there is no conviction, there is no punishment, there is no noteworthy amount of, like, you know, of justice, you know, for the Palestinian people. And it's just like, how can we not expect that a people without any justice, right, without any, like, alternative means that are peaceful, right? Like, at what point, you know, like Pat has brought up a number of times, and, like, you know, Norm Finkelstein has brought up a number of times, at what point, like, do they have the right to defend themselves or the right to be offensive, right? Where, you know, Israel is on a number of occasions been like, oh, we were preemptively defensive by massacring.
One thing I'd say is, what does it mean to have the right to do something?
Right.
Right. And this is something that I get into.
Sorry to interrupt, Pat, but the right to do something that they're talking about is a legal right.
Yes. Rights are not legal right to do rights something. Are not God-given. Rights are given by states.
Right.
Yeah, and if no states agree with you, does that mean what you're doing is wrong? Just because you don't have a legal right to it? I mean, that's, I guess, this is a touchy subject.
Well, like, there's like, would that be I know that you're the debate expert here. Would that be appealing to authority, or would that be appealing to legality? Because let's take marijuana, for example.
What's the difference?
Most people would suggest that the consumption of marijuana is not an immoral act. But if we are to go by the law, it is illegal in some states and some countries. Thus, morality cannot equal legality. Now, obviously, these things overlap in many instances, many circumstances, but it is not. You cannot simply base an ethical condemnation on a legalistic foundation.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where I almost think it's like, what are we even saying at this point? You know, that, like, you know, if someone throws a punch at you, that you have the right to throw a punch back. I mean,
an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Okay, when you say that, are you asking me, like, in my personal ethical philosophy?
For example, hypothetically, it's 1943, and you shoot at someone who's a Nazi soldier, right? It's World War II, and they shoot you back. Do you think they're wrong for doing that?
Yeah, this is a great, and
of course I would say yeah, because, you know, I'm trying to kill them, but on their perspective, right, you know, what's good for them is bad for me, and what's bad for me or good for me is bad for them. It's who's right.
Well, then we have to get down into, like, a deeper, like, ethical discussion about, like, the mind of the average grunt Nazi soldier, how much they knew, how much of a quote unquote victim they may have been to certain kind of propaganda. Like, if you read certain books like Marching into Darkness, it's actually really funny. There's two books that I read. Just give me 1 second. You guys can say something.
Baldwin's Ghost. That is your very own community member, Dutmeister, talking.
That's true. I got the mic privilege.
This is actually interesting because both of these are actually interrelated. And I actually bought this book by accident, which is really funny. So these two books, look, one's called Marching from Defeat, right? And this one's called Marching into Darkness. And I accidentally bought this book thinking it was this book. Now, this book is about like the myth of the ethical world.
The ethical Wehrmacht, the Wehrmacht. They were just average Germans.
And it goes into like the mindset of like the average Wehrmacht, and, like, you know, their complicity and everything like that. But also what I accidentally bought was this called Marching from Defeat, which is actually like a biographical, like diary entries of a Nazi soldier as they were surviving the collapse of the German army in the Soviet Union. So when like everything came down and like, you know, the Nazis got pushed back, you know, from Stalingrad, and it was the end of the Nazi Empire. So this is actually like it's translated. It's actually like the diary of a Nazi soldier on the precipice of defeat.
That's wild. Like, where the fuck did you get that?
I bought this by accident.
Johnny.
I bought it by accident thinking it was this book, but I read it and it's actually incredible to read like the mind of like an average Nazi soldier. And I mean, if according to this one individual, he was there's actually quite amount of like things in there where he was like, I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing out here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's like, I don't even know what the fuck this is all for. Like, similar things that you hear with other like soldiers and things like that. So like, just to make Dutmeister's ethical dilemma even more complex, you know what I mean? Like, you have to think about like the personal position of each individual and like, you know.
Well, I've brought this up before when talking about Ukraine, that like I am absolutely 110% sure there is an average Ukrainian fucking chud, just a dude that likes playing like, you know, NBA 2K14 or whatever, and just like fucking did not give a shit about anything political. And the next thing you know, he's being like, you know, called into like the fucking reserves and handed a fucking rifle. And the dude with the angle wolf on his neck, right, is the guy that makes sure that he lives to see another day.
And also, just for the record, we did just have someone on here, someone who we share a Discord with, someone who is like, we consider a close personal friend, streaming partner, that picked up a automatic weapon and went into the Middle East, believing either for selfish purposes or for virtuistic purposes that joining the United States Marine Corps was the right thing to do.
Right.
And we can see that person on the other end of that and say like, hey, he had some incorrect thoughts about the world. Now he's made an amends to that previous version of himself, and I don't think he should be like, you know, put to death because of his previous participation in that conflict.
No, everything is something I've, you know, you've said of something I've thought about, and it's like, you know, that's what international law is supposed to be based off of, right? Someone's in the military. You don't know if they actually want to be there, if they don't.
Right.
If they're just in there because, like, you know, maybe they don't want to, like, surrender and they're not going to, like, avoid the draft, but, like, they're going to join the military just because that's what everyone else is doing. And that's why you don't execute soldiers who are surrendering.
Right.
That's what international law is supposed to be about.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, that's just convention. That doesn't force anyone to do anything. That's just like, you should not be doing these things because that's everyone across the world is saying, you know, because like the UN, I don't want to ramble too much, but the UN was made after World War II.
Yep.
So that you didn't resort to fighting, because if you can't talk diplomatically with someone else, you have to fight.
I mean, that's the
when it comes to two people who are trying to kill each other, you have to essentially compromise to some extent and say, you know, you're going to have your part, I'm going to have my part, and we're just going to leave each other alone. But you can't force them to leave each other alone. Right?
To your point, I feel like the UN, that is maybe the window dressing of like what the proposed purpose of the UN is. But in actuality, right, it has been used systemically, for like the last half century, for nothing more than, to ensure the aims of like, the Western world, to ensure the economic prosperity of the US, Western Europe, right? One could maybe argue Japan, but not really. You know what I mean?
I mean, I agree. But it's like the thing about diplomacy is you can't force the other side to do diplomacy. You can't force them to do that. They
Right.
have to come to it willingly. So it comes to, like, let's talk about Israel, right? You can't force the United States to stop supporting Israel.
Right.
You can't. If the United Nations decided, the U.S., you guys can't be supporting Israel like this. They're just going to leave the UN, and then they're just going to continue. The status quo is going to continue. And not only is the status quo going to continue, you're not going to have this essentially. The UN is essentially a peer pressure organization. You're not going to have this peer pressure for what it's worth, right? What peer pressure is worth.
But what I was saying is that, like, you started this out by saying that, oh, you're not supposed to execute surrendering soldiers, but even if you do, there's not. I mean, there is something called like the ICJ that is conceivably a way in which that someone could be brought to justice for war crimes, right?
Conceivably.
But what does it mean to be brought to justice by the ICJ?
It means that, like, in the same way that, like, if an individual broke a law domestically and they were to see like a
domestic law.
Well, I mean, do you remember Yugoslavia?
In the same way, I'm drawing this out in the same way that a court case operates, like in somewhere like the United States. This happens on the international stage through the collective body of the ICJ.
I mean, that's like an ideal position, sure.
Well, it's more than just an ideal.
What about the US?
I'm not saying that it works
the thing is, I guess
I'm not saying that it works perfectly, but it does. The mechanism does exist for that to happen.
Yeah, Yugoslavia was not
for sides.
Well, I'm not talking. First of all, I'm not talking about the ICC. I'm talking about the ICJ. These are two different things.
Yeah,
there's the
ICJ
International Criminal.
ICC.
What'd you say?
Yeah, those are two different things. ICC is ICJ. Yeah.
Right, exactly. The ICC is for individuals. So let's say Saddam Hussein, for example, like an individual person that commits crimes against humanity would be taken up by the ICC. The ICJ, on the other hand, arbitrates nations.
Right. And at this point, Israel would kind of meet that definition of what
Israel has already been condemned by the ICJ when they built the apartheid wall on the West Bank. I have a thing of it here. Now, it's not particularly, and this is actually the Duttmeister's point here, that we have this criticism of the from the ICJ being like, hey, what's happening here? Let me pull it up real quick. Here it is. What's happening here is effectively a violation of international law, and literally nothing was done about it. So I'm over here harping about, well, we have the ICJ, we can use the ICJ to do blah blah blah, and the ICJ has said these things. This is back in like 2004 about Israeli conduct in the West Bank and settlements and things like that, and they wagged their finger at Israel, and nothing happened because of it. And now, while Duttmeister is correct on that point, what I'm saying is that it seems logical to me that there should be a mechanism for such a thing, for the purpose that the ICJ at least claims to serve. And I'm not saying it works perfectly now, but I do think that's an ideal worth striving for.
Yeah. So Baldwin's Ghost said the ICC is for Africans, which is wrong, because it's for Africans and Vladimir Putin, which is proof that Slavs are in fact not white. But when it comes to like the ICJ, okay, you hold these countries and you hold these trials, but when it comes to peace, when it comes to diplomacy, it requires both sides to accept it. So if the United States is a member of the United Nations Security Council, they can just reject whatever they want, right?
Right.
So it doesn't apply to them. And at the end of the day, what's the UN supposed to do? All they can really do is peer pressure. And if we're going to be honest, they've kind of accomplished that goal in the sense that anyone who's paying attention to Israel-Palestine knows what's happening there.
Yeah.
They can lie about it. They can be completely ignorant about it. Like there's lots of people who think Israel's right and they just have no clue.
Right.
Well, I mean, like that's the other thing is that it requires like
knows what's happening. Right? Joe Biden knows what's happening. Anthony Blinken knows what's happening.
Right.
When they say that Israel isn't committing war crimes, technically they aren't, because the United Nations can't convict them of doing this. What are they going to do? It's not the one world. It's not the one world. It's not the one world government.
Is it only through a conviction that someone can break an international law? Like if we have something like the Geneva Convention, which has certain stipulations against collective punishment and settling your population into occupied territories and things like that. Like for example, and you can tell me if this is a incorrect analogy or something like that, right? So we can have okay, let's take Brock Turner, for example, right? Brock Turner committed a grisly act of sexual assault. Everyone knew it. It was plain as obvious to everyone. But because of like a seedy underbelly of nepotism and financial backing and frat organizations and shit like that, he effectively received essentially no punishment for this heinous and violent crime that he committed.
He's got a future, Pat.
Did he commit a crime even though the system of justice failed to convict him? Now, I know he was technically convicted. I want to just remove the technical conviction off the table and just say that practically, in terms of what he experienced as a result of his atrocious behavior, it's essentially like he was never even convicted of the crime.
I would say you're asking the wrong question, because
sure,
he was technically convicted.
Right. Okay.
Fair enough. It's one of those things where these things are conventions, right?
Right.
There are cases where killing someone is completely legal and moral.
I agree.
And there's cases where it's not. And the distinction between the two is essentially just one of judgment.
Yeah.
And when it comes to international politics, the only things that really matter are material reality, and the only things that can influence material reality are, on this type of scale, organizations. And who's going to oppose the United States? No one can unilaterally oppose the United States.
What is the United Nations if not an organization?
Just an organization of people diplomatically talking with each other.
Sure. So okay,
I think of the UN as a peer pressure organization.
Conceivably, by your own prescription, that organization could manifest into something that could change the material reality.
I would say, yeah. I mean,
maybe it's impotent now.
Lead to that.
Maybe it's impotent now. You can't wait.
Can you repeat that one? Repeat that.
I said it may be impotent now, but if we can both acknowledge that organization is required, an organization and concerted effort of nations is probably required in some way, or at least is our best possible chance to get some kind of change to the material reality of the situation. Is there something better to look at than trying to at least keep crying war crime to the United Nations? Like, what is a better thing to do in terms of organization?
Just parallel power, I guess. That's what I would say.
But could there be a parallel power?
Because the thing
is not a conglomeration of other nations, which the United Nations is.
Okay, but essentially everyone knows Israel. The point I'm trying to get across is the UN is about getting two sides who want to kill each other together, and that means they both have to do it voluntarily, which has limitations to it, right? If they're both here voluntarily, there are some things that are going to push them out. Right. There are conditions that you cannot enforce upon them, and if you can enforce upon them, you wouldn't be negotiating them if you could force them to do something.
Well, I'm sorry, I kind of disagree with that, because we know we can force something on them, but we're choosing not to because A, it's not like it's an ethical dilemma, and B, it's bad for public opinion. We could go in there militarily and force both of those countries to do whatever the fuck the United States wanted them to do. Now, that's a very messy situation that we don't want to do, but you can force them. It's just maybe not the most...
You're saying you can force them, which is, sure, but not really.
I mean,
essentially, Pat, what you're arguing is if the United States did a complete 180, they could do something else in a parallel universe. That's quite convincing to me that they could, in a parallel universe, do something different.
I just thought for another moment about that, and I'm effectively making Israel's case, being like, yeah, if you just bomb them enough, you can force them to do what they want, and that's actually not the case.
Well, I don't even think that we would be able to do that, because I'm pretty certain that we have given them nuclear arms. So, and they have reached a point, a cultural boiling point where, like that newscaster said, we are willing to go to war with the U.S. if it comes down to it.
Yeah, so I'll concede that my previous prescription may have been short-sighted.
And it honestly has come down to a point where I am frightened to say that should Israel use those arms on any other country, right, that gets into an active, like, hot war conflict with them, what will be the repercussions then? Will they face any if they do that?
That's something I find is a lot more interesting than, because, you know, earlier in chat I was being a bit of a downer and just being like, I don't want to like argue about like every single thing Israel's done, because like,
Right.
what's the point?
Right.
Yeah.
Like what? Like I'm gonna bring up a case of them like today. They, you know, which I guess it technically was yesterday. They just like summarily executed a bunch of people and then threw a grenade at all the remaining victims of the family.
Right.
Like I could talk about that. There's cases of that happening basically every week for the past 75 years.
Yeah.
And I could talk endlessly, and essentially that's just a waste of my time, because it's not like the person I'm arguing with is doing this in good intentions. But when it comes to like Israel and their nukes, like if Israel faced an existential threat, I'm convinced that they would use a nuclear weapon.
They've stated that they
at
would. It's the
At
Samson.
the very least, that a rogue person would do it.
Yeah,
You know.
the what is it called? The Samson doctrine or something, where like they have already stated in the past that they would, if they faced an existential threat. I think any other country other than Syria or Iran, if it's either of those countries, I can see the U.S. being like, well, they did what they had to do, you know. But if it's any other country, Lebanon, Jordan, or you know, Saudi Arabia, Iran, well, that's why I said like if it's Iran, the U.S. would probably be like, well, they did what they had to do, you know, they took care of
And
it.
it's one of those things where it's like, how do you solve that problem where, you know, we're gonna take it, you know, long story short, Israel has to go away at some point, right? That's the only way that we're gonna have peace in the area. How do you make them? How do you make them go away when they're saying they're going to nuke the world?
Well,
if
I mean,
they
I
go
hate to
away?
say this. I hate to
not even
I
if
hate
they go
to say
away,
this
if they have a
again,
threat. And
but there
I
has
guess
to be
the
some
answer-
kind of international organization that is against nuclear proliferation and the denuclearization of the world. You know, I mean, that can only really come through like some kind of like a international organization to kind of like start to like push that type of program.
I think you've made one mistake though, Dutmeister, and that is the whatever term you want to use. I'm not fancy. I don't know all the fancy fucking debate language, but it's the proposition that the U.S. wants peace in that region. Why the fuck would we want that? We want a disruption.
I never asserted that.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what I'm getting at, is that like there will never be that, because if there isn't disruption there, right, then that means that that entire region has the ability to take advantage of its own mineral wealth, its own oil wealth, and becomes an economic, what would you call it, rival, right, along with China, along with Russia, to the U.S. and then like, you know, the countries that like it can export to. And
I would agree, and I would say that when it comes to things like chaos, a lot of people will tend to think like, you know, chaos doesn't really favor anyone. It's bad for everyone because, like, you know, it could go one way or the other. But in reality, chaos favors those who have power currently.
Right.
Because, you know, it's hard to make a new organization. It's hard to build in chaos, but what already exists has power.
Right.
So of course the United States wants chaos in these regions, and the U.S. is actively doing what it can to make sure Israel has as much stability and as much power as it possibly can. When it comes to, for example, to the climate crisis, right? A lot of people say like we're not doing enough, like, you know, we need to be doing more. And I would say, well, look at what areas of the planet get affected the most by climate change.
Right.
It's areas in the global south. It's
Right.
areas near the equator.
Marshall Islands.
Low-lying.
Yeah.
You know what areas benefit the most from climate change? Because there are benefits to climate change, and that's places like Canada.
Yeah.
That has a bunch of permafrost, and if that permafrost melts, that becomes agricultural farmland.
That's free real
That
estate.
becomes- that becomes stuff you can mine out of. That becomes land that you can live on. Those are cities. The ice melts away, and that's new sea trading routes.
Right.
So
And
who
let's
gets
not
hurt?
forget all
Who gets
the
hurt the most?
migrant
Africa
workers.
gets hurt the most, and Canada gets a bunch of farmland. And you're telling me that's a bad thing for Canada?
Right.
Right, and
These places want things like climate change. They want it actively. That's why they're not. It's not that they're not doing anything because it's too costly. It's because they see it as something that benefits them more than it hurts. Right? It hurts my enemy more than it hurts me, which is good for me. It benefits me more than it benefits my enemy. It's one of those things where it's always about interest, right? So a lot of the times I talk with people and they're like, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to you. It does make sense to me because I benefit from it. I get stuff, you don't. That's good for me. It makes sense.
Pat,
Right.
what were you trying to say?
What I was looking to say here was that where is it? So in reading I was seeing if I could find a quote here. Norm Finkelstein writes about the many examples of Israel not desiring a peaceful, coherent, diplomatic Palestinian opponent. You know what I mean? The occupation is predicated on a warmongering, untenable Palestinian population, and this is why, like, you know, they say that there's been things like the Likud or Netanyahu or Israel in general supporting something like Hamas, because when Hamas is the face of the Palestinian resistance, it's easy to continue to point the finger at them as being just completely undiplomatic, completely irreconcilable, completely impossible to work with. So keeping that, you know, as Duttmeister says, the chaos going in a place like Gaza is beneficial to the existing power structure, pretty much exactly like Duttmeister had stated.
Yeah, and, you know,
I just wanted to say real quick that, like, what you were talking about, all I could think of in my head, and it comes up pretty often, is that that quote from Michael Parenti where, like, you know, he's talking about Reagan and people talking about Reagan and how he was like this awful president, terrible president, probably America's worst president. And he's like, what are you talking about? For the people who he represented, he was one of the best presidents that they ever had. He got, you know, he crushed the unions, right? Like, you know, he you know, did everything that they wanted, right? You know, so it's a matter of perspective, right? To your point of, it's about interest, right? And I think that, like, that's also why I think that, like, a lot of us as socialists, communists, whatever the hell you want to put it, right? No matter what, right? If you're on the side of, like, you know, those who sell their labor for a wage, follow the money, follow the, you know, economic interests, right? And the perspective, like, of these countries, and suddenly things are going to start to make a lot more sense.
Yeah, and you know, read 918 and says it hurt. They're saying it hurts the distant future, not me today. I mean, that's not true. It's having
hurting
an effect
now.
on people today. It's hurting now. I mean, Florida was always a swampland, right? That was never should have mass human habitation, but now it's full of people. Gets hurricanes every year, and the government just throws more money at it.
Right.
Like they throw money to rebuild the stuff that's going to get demolished by a hurricane next year.
Right.
Why not? Like, the government could say, like, hey guys, it's not a good idea to live here. Like, just go to Georgia or some shit. I don't know. Just go to somewhere that's not a swamp that's under, like, the sea, like the ocean level or sea level or whatever, you know.
Oh no, Reed 918 says no. I mean, in regards to the Canadian land you were talking about, and even then, remember the wildfires? It was just like last year. Remember how, like, we all were. I mean, there was this year. What the fuck?
I saw the smoke from those fires.
Yeah, I was inhaling the smoke from those fires.
And that's why we should have invaded Canada.
Oh, you mean the fire that came, the smog that came down to Philadelphia, where everybody had to stay in their homes?
Yes, where everything looked all Blade Runner-y for a week.
But, like, even with this,
well, who cares? Like, I don't like why does Joe Biden care? He doesn't give a shit.
Right.
I mean, one, he's old, so, like, the air pollution, so, like, what does that matter? And also, he has money. And
see, this is the thing: is, like, you're talking to someone, you're asking that question, why should Joe Biden care, to someone like that's like that actually has what I believe is to be some degree of, like, a moral and ethical code. So if you ask me, why should Joe Biden care, I would give you some kind of, like, an ethical thing that Joe Biden has a responsibility to do things for the betterment of society and potentially for future generations. Because that's something that I hold in my heart, that, like, if I were a politician, that's how I believe I would be addressing certain situations. And I understand that Joe Biden has proven time and time again that that is not his desire. But you asked me, why should he? So that, you know what I mean, I would, you know, obviously I think as people like me and Johnny, you know what I mean, we have a certain egalitarian outlook for a political structure. So we would probably give you a pretty straight answer to that as to why he should care about that.
That, I mean, I would say that's an ideological answer though, right? To me, it sounds like you're essentially being a utopian socialist. Which,
you see, you know, I'm sorry.
We tried that in the
being a
1800s,
utopian socialist is believing that a politician should do something good for people.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I mean, why would he do that? He gets
yeah, I know, but I'm just saying,
Joe's not in
you're
it for the
getting to
money,
this
right?
point now
Because
is a little bit of
Joe Biden is like the poorest
I'm
member
just saying,
of Congress.
if you're going to reduce politicians doing things that are good for the people to utopian socialism, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to say that sounds absurd.
I mean, like, even to that
But why
point,
does-
that even if you were to say that that is utopian socialism, it still doesn't make any sense, because in the long
Is
term,
healthcare and housing utopian socialism? Is fucking, you know, is food distribution utopian socialism? Like, where do you draw the line as to what is okay, what is utopian, what is just like necessary governmental, interaction?
Well, I mean, you're saying like what's good for the people, right? Well, which people?
Like the
'Cause
mass.
I can find you people who getting rid of healthcare for would be horrible, because you know, like
I didn't say getting
there's
rid of.
lots of
I never
people.
said.
There's lots of
I never
people.
said getting rid of. I never said getting rid of healthcare.
Oh, sorry. Like the current healthcare system, right? There's lots of people whose jobs, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people whose jobs are in the healthcare industry. And what do? They do paperwork in the background, right? They don't administer healthcare. They're not nurses. They're not doctors. They talk to insurance companies in the back rooms of the hospitals, which is most hospital employees don't do anything medically related. They deal with like spreadsheets and insurance companies. Those people would be hurt because they lose their jobs.
And well, first of all, I wanted to, could you just remind me again what percentage you believe that is of people that work in bureaucratic healthcare industry?
I have to look at the numbers. It's been a while. I think it's like 2/3.
2/3 of what?
2/3 of like all healthcare workers do like bureaucracy. Like they talk with like insurance.
But there would still obviously be it's not like we would just through some kind of like federal healthcare program that you would abolish bureaucracy.
Well, no, of course not. But I mean, like 2/3.
But here's the thing.
That's the argument of like.
I'm just saying, just because the government. Hold on, Doubtmeister. How many people are already getting Medicaid and Medicare and shit like that? And while those aren't like perfect, like federal systems and things like that, there's still a great deal of bureaucracy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, will some of those jobs be lost? But I'm not convinced that 2/3 of people will all become instantly unemployed.
Yeah. I mean, I shouldn't exaggerate, right? Like, I'm not saying like there's not going to be any bureaucracy. Someone's going to be handling paperwork.
Sure.
But for most people and healthcare workers, I'm not
even sure if it would be both.
But most people in healthcare,
and I'll admit that I don't know everything about this.
That's necessary, right? Because when it comes to like healthcare and insurance, essentially the argument is most people, or like when it comes to insurance, is essentially you're spreading risk out, right? And there's no bigger insurance pool, and you want a bigger pool of people because then averages work out better over an average. Like if you have a lot of people.
Are you talking about like a capitalistic, like for-profit idea of health insurance? Or are you talking about?
No, not capitalist. This is just how insurance works. Insurance works because if you take one person, there's a 1% chance they break their leg. And if you take 100 people, maybe you'd expect one person to break their leg a year, right?
Exactly. And if 100 people
get 100, you take 100
people,
cost and you over 100 people, and you distribute it over like a course of a year.
Right. But I feel like when you're looking at it in that like risk management way, you're looking at it in a way of like if you're taking out some kind of like personal risk and beginning a business where it's like if I collect the revenue from 100 people paying their insurance premiums, that when one of those 100 people break their leg, I'll have plenty of a nut to take care of that. And I think that's like when you're making that kind of like, assessment of it, it is kind of like in the, well, what happens if many people break their legs and I don't have the nut to cover it? And I don't think that same thing exists in places like where there's more of a socialized healthcare system. I don't think you have to really think about it in such terms.
This is why I said you were utopian.
I think you have to look at it in terms of national budget for it.
Because that's the risk. That's what insurance is about.
Could you repeat what you said?
If you take one person, the chance they break their leg is really small. But if it happens, it'll bankrupt them. If you take 100 people, you can have much more certainty that, maybe it's 0 people break their leg this year. Maybe it's 2, maybe it's 1, maybe it's 5. but it's not going to be like 10% of people, right?
Yeah.
And there's no bigger insurance. So you want as big of an insurance pool as you possibly can, because if you have a lot of people, then even over the, all of the random chances, like these millions and millions of random people, overall, the statistics are going to match that, around 1% of them break their leg.
Yeah.
But that's how insurance works. That's not how our medical system works. Our medical system works because we have lots of insurance companies, and they all are not trying to pay out for these claims, regardless of whether they're worth it or not. So if you get 1 million people, statistically speaking, and practically and materially speaking, we're not going to see it jump from 1% of people to 20%, right? And these are just completely made up numbers.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what we're getting at here.
Okay, yeah, well, yeah, I guess I am rambling a bit, but
when
it comes to here,
what I'm saying
let me start from scratch. Can I start from scratch?
Go ahead.
I call your thinking ideological and utopian.
Well, and I'm pointing out that I think
saying that we couldn't possibly know if the rate of people breaking their legs over the course of a year is 1%, 2%, 5%, or whatever. But that's not how things materially work out.
You called me a utopian socialist for saying that Joe Biden should have a vested interest in helping people as a politician.
Well,
now,
I mean specifically about the healthcare system.
Well, no, I brought up the healthcare system. We were talking about global warming.
There's a bunch of things we could.
You asked me why you asked me, hold on. You asked me why Joe Biden should give a shit about global warming. And I gave back an answer that does come from an idealistic perspective, but I believe it's an idealistic perspective that is consistent with a socialistic principle of organizing the economy and the government. Then when you said that I was a utopian socialist, I said, well, then would you not apply that same distinction to someone that wants healthcare, wants food, accessible housing? And now we're on this thing, because you said a bunch of people would go unemployed or something like that, which I kind of disagreed with the numbers. And I would also have then brought it into a more utilitarian perspective of when we measure those people who work in medical bureaucracy versus the benefits that they would have from having the healthcare and versus the other jobs that would come up because of it. That's what I would have gone into next, and then I would have asked you again at the end, is that utopian socialism? And then I would further say that I think there's a big difference between practical, pragmatic socialist policy and utopianism.
Okay, so when it comes to the healthcare situation, you said, the idealistic position is everyone deserves healthcare, right?
Deserves kind of has a moral loading to it. I think I would say that if you have the material abundance within your society to make sure that your society is happy and healthy, and also in the most bottom line concerned terms, a happy and healthy society is probably going to be the best ones to work and research and do things that are further industrialize or further modernize your economy.
Yeah, well, you kind of added some more stuff onto it, but
I agree. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I swayed it. Maybe I swayed it, and I apologize for that.
No, that's fine. I can live with that.
Okay.
First of all, what I would say is, you need the precondition that you can physically supply these things to everyone, first of all, right? And that's where, the beauty of industrialization comes in, because factories are dope, and I love factories, and I love everything about them. Because, I can make 1,000 needles, and then everyone gets a needle if they need one, right? Or I can make 1,000 bandages and everyone gets a bandage if they need them. If 1,000 people need saline bags, the factory can make 1,000 saline bags because an artisan is going to make 2.
Right, but my
so that's great. So first of all, you need to be able to physically handle everyone, right? But then you also need to be able to assign a specific doctor to a specific person so that you can treat their specific condition. And that's where our current healthcare system kind of exists, where the way you get to a doctor is you got to pay them, but you can't really afford that, so you go through insurance companies because you want to spread out all of this risk, right? So that you don't have to pay it all up front, essentially.
Right, I get that, but you can go back to Mao's China, where they implemented things like barefoot doctors, and life expectancy fucking doubled. So when you say you have to make you have to make sure that you have the means to provide it first. If you don't have the means to provide medical care, then I would say that there was a commensurate need for even the most meager medical care. So what I'm saying is that if you don't even have like the means to give someone bare minimum medical care, that bare minimum medical care is probably so important that even when you utilize barefoot doctors and things like that, and things like Cuba did, where people are dying from like easily preventable shit like parasites, that even like what you have like within your like very meager means seems to, by evidence, have a dramatic effect on the population. And I mean, like you're saying, like all these things, like how do you allocate doctors and things like that? You know what I mean? There's everything from like social democracies to places like Cuba to places like that, where we see this very thing happening, where there can be like thriving healthcare systems that are utopian in their idealism of how they should be allocated to people.
I mean, are they utopian though? Because like, you know, talk about like the social.
Wait, what was the question? I'm sorry. Can you just repeat the first question?
Is it utopian though?
No,
Because
I don't
when
think
it
it's
comes to,
utopian. But
like these social democracies, yes, they have these universal healthcare systems, but does it include their teeth?
But like, I don't even think that like when we've talked about this on stream that
if it was utopian, my whole idea is that none of this is utopian.
right.
But you were the one who
agree.
levied the I don't want to call it a criticism, but the label of utopian on me for saying that Joe Biden should care about.
Because we've literally criticized the Scandinavian or Nordic model. Like we read an entire book lambasting, like
Why should Joe Biden care?
I mean, honestly, it would just like if his primary concern, even as a capitalist, right, is profit maximization, right? He will get a larger return on investment if his workforce, right, can actually fucking survive. If they can actually get healthcare that they need, if we can actually have infrastructure that can actually transport goods to and from within our own borders, right? Not to like go too far into like a Patsock type argument, but like, you know, if he were to actually like invest, right, in the education of the workforce of the US, we would actually have a much more robust economy. But like we've talked about in how Europe underdeveloped Africa and in like the Great War and in like so many other books, right? We're seeing this kind of Euro model of getting the quickest bang for your buck, the quickest like way to get a dollar, right, towards profit maximization, so that in the long term you actually are just hemorrhaging money. You're hemorrhaging money for like the fastest path, the fastest means towards capital accumulation.
Okay. Well, I guess the one thing that makes this hard is Joe Biden is like the worst guy at corruption because he's dirt poor and broke
all of them are. Joe Biden, every president, it doesn't matter who, like, you know, except like one could only maybe possibly argue FDR because he like started using some Keynesian economics, but like even that is like a bit of a stretch to say that it's not capitalism. It is capitalism. All of it has been capitalism from day one. It always has. And yeah.
So let me talk about like what you said, right? Like you're saying, like if we invested in the healthcare system, the country as a whole would be more economically productive, which I agree with.
Right.
But where do you get that money from? Where do you get those resources from?
No, it's from exploitation. It's either domestic exploitation or international exploitation. It will always be exploitation.
That's where politicians and corporations get their money, and that's where they get their funding.
Exploitation.
So, in order for these companies and the government to fund universal healthcare, that requires taking resources out of their private hands and using it for public good, which, yes, it would improve their lives. But it's something you have to take away from. Like that's the whole point of capitalism, is essentially to take these people's money so that you can use it for your own selfish purposes.
Right.
So what sense would it take to take someone else's surplus value and then invest it back on them? Like, why would you even take it in the first place?
Right. So the original charge was that what Pat said was utopian. When, like, you know,
is Cuba a utopian socialist project in your eyes?
No, but there's a difference between talking about
is China a utopian?
There's a difference between talking about the Cuban healthcare system and everybody deserves healthcare.
Well, first of all, I never even said everyone deserves healthcare. All I said was
the implication, though, right? That like if we have the means, which we do, to provide healthcare to people, that they should get it.
I'll admit I'll admit to you that the implication of what I was saying, while that wasn't exactly what I said, was that if you are part of a society that has like I understand that if your economy's on the brink of collapse, like, you know, maybe some like war-torn African country or something like that like providing healthcare to every single, like, there is no cosmic right to healthcare, but we as industrialization, modernization, and technological advancement and material abundance improves, the right of healthcare becomes more and more pressing with each advancement, right? And I like you said, I might be loading more and more into this, but let me actually just forget everything I just said. Really, just what I'm trying to say to you is that I don't believe that being concerned with global warming is a utopian ideal. I don't think it's like pie in the sky. I think it's perfectly reasonable for somebody who's a president or some other kind of politician to look at the scientific data and be like, maybe some things need to start changing, you know, to be in line with environmental regulations. And then when that was charged with being utopian, I would say that I don't understand why that would be specifically utopian as opposed to like Cuba's like healthcare system. Like, I guess what I would be asking you is to name what is the specific situation that I said about Joe Biden caring about global warming that is utopian versus Cuba's, you know, healthcare system.
Because Quaker Oats guy is summing this up pretty simply that, like, yeah, I'm not sure saying politicians should do good things while recognizing they don't, which I'm sure we all realize currently they do things by and large in their own interests, is utopian.
But we're all socialists here, so we look at like I'm not even trying, but as a socialist, for me, what I get inspired by are places like Cuba or like, you know, whatever, like, you know, failed attempts where like, you know, a country attempted to wrestle, like, you know, something like Burkina Faso where Thomas Sankara vaccinated, you know, 2 million children and started like putting in like forcization, which obviously were very idealistic in that, you know, these children deserve to receive vaccines. And, you know, when I hear utopian, and maybe I'm wrong in this, but I think utopian as a derogatory kind of unrealistic kind of thing.
Yeah, we don't fuck with all my homies hate utopian.
Because that's part of like, you know, the historic literature saying that like utopia is socialism, utopian, and scientific, where I believe it was Marx or Engels that was saying like, we're not utopians. We don't believe that everything will just be you know, the Garden of Eden once socialism is implemented.
If you want to be in the subversive squad, you can't be utopian.
We can attack these specific ills of society in a way that is very realistic, and I don't believe that that's utopian.
Yeah. Well, I guess my thinking comes from, you can't change the past because it's already happened, and the future doesn't exist because it's just your imagination. The only thing you can do is the present. You can only change the present.
So can you plant a seed that will grow into a tree in 3 years?
Hopefully it grows into like a sproutling. I think in a couple of years after that.
But the idealism comes from thinking it's going to live that long. Maybe someone kills it. Maybe it doesn't have enough water. Maybe it doesn't get food.
Maybe you have a shitty green thumb.
We're talking about the organization of society. Right. There's no way to just live in the present moment in the organization of a society. You have to plan for the future, and you have to take into consideration of the past.
That is true. And, you know, it's not that ideals are completely useless, right? Ideals help you plan for the future. Like, if you don't know what you're trying to do, you can't really do anything, right? So that's where like ideals come in. But when it comes to Joe Biden, and why should he care about healthcare? He gets all the healthcare he needs. But his family gets all the healthcare he needs. All his friends get the healthcare.
You're asking me a question.
Why does he care that some random schmuck in Idaho doesn't get the healthcare they need? Why does
you're asking me the question, why should he care? I can't get into Joe Biden's mind, but you're asking me, why should he care? And I'll tell you why, and it comes from an idealistic place of socialist principles and examples of actually existing in previous.
It doesn't hurt him.
What's up?
That's why I call it utopian, because it doesn't hurt him. It doesn't affect his.
Okay, then I misunderstood.
When it comes to everything happening in Palestine and Israel, I still go to my job. I do my job. I get a paycheck.
This is the case. If that was your position this entire time, then I misinterpreted what you meant by utopian. I thought, when I was saying utopian, I thought that you meant, so if what you're saying is you meant that we can't change Joe Biden's mind, as changing, like radically, like turning Joe Biden into some kind of like egalitarian revolutionary overnight, I agree that would be utopian. But what I believed you were saying, and you can correct me if I was wrong here, is that for him to care, you asked me, a person that has the principles that I have, why should he care? I gave you the reason why I thought he should care.
Right.
And so I believed what you were saying was that a politician, whether it's Joe Biden or anybody, should care about global warming because I believe that's their responsibility to the people that they are charged with. I believe that you were saying that in general was utopian. Now, if what you actually meant was that thinking that you're going to change Joe Biden's mind into some kind of egalitarian revolutionary that's going to care about all these things and sacrifice all of his personal pleasures.
Marxism, malarkeyism.
Yeah, exactly. Then I agree that that's not going to happen, and that would be a utopian.
Right. I would say that the one person that I can quote right now that I don't believe was utopian, Antonio Gramsci, right, stated that, like, I'm a pessimist because of intelligence, but I'm an optimist because of will. Right, and to hate the indifferent, right, to be partisan because you are alive, feel the pulse of the activity of the future city that those on your side are building is alive in their conscience, and in it the social change does not rest on a few. Nothing of what happens in it is a matter of luck nor the product of fate, but the intelligent work of citizens. Nobody in it is looking from the window of the sacrifice and the drain of a few. Alive, I am partisan. That's why I hate the ones that don't take sides. I hate the indifferent. So that's like, I think what
you had that memorized. I was really prescient.
No, I didn't at all. I'm fucking cheating like crazy here. Both of you also have computers in front of you, I assume.
Johnny, you should not admit to it. Just take it. Take the compliment. That's a debate thing. Yeah. Don't. If he says you knew that from memory, you knew it from memory.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll just edit the VOD.
No, I mean, I guess, in some ways, I think it's a lot of this discussion is us talking kind of past each other.
Yeah,
probably,
definitely.
I may have misunderstood everything that you were saying.
I see a lot of people often they talk about, they're like, they're talking to like regular, they're talking about like regular people in their lives, friends, family, coworkers, and they're like, why doesn't X person care about this thing I really care about and is important? Because regardless if it's important or not, you got to convince them of that fact.
Right.
You got to convince them that there has to be something to do. And if you're just like, well, read some books so that you can be miserable in your free time.
Right. So that nothing brings you joy anymore. No.
I mean, go ahead. I mean, that's what I do. I've been doing that for a long time, and it sucks and it's whatever. I don't know. It's whatever. But it comes to a random person on the street and they're like, well, what do I do? Do you tell them, what organization do you tell them to join? Because like the organization is the only way that's going to happen. Like Joe Biden we couldn't make Joe Biden care about healthcare.
I mean, we've discussed this in many different ways.
Like an ideal, like in an ideal world and in the future, we couldn't make him care.
Right. Well, okay. So I think there's two different questions here.
That would require people to actually have a plan of like, this is how the healthcare system works, where you have this person manages this hospital and they deal with, whatever paperwork, right? Versus the current system where you have, a dozen people who specialize in dealing with a dozen insurance companies and they spend the entire day arguing about, this person broke their leg and it's clearly broken, and the person from the insurance company who's also being paid and doesn't really care, they're just like, well, my job is to make sure I don't give out money, and the hospital's job is to make sure they get money. And meanwhile, there's that person with a broken leg who is just fucking sitting there.
Yeah, but I do believe if you decommodify the healthcare thing,
you have to have a plan of this is what a decommodified healthcare system looks like.
Make money. I mean, I think that we can restructure and uncommodify healthcare to the point where that's not necessarily their job anymore, so to speak.
It's true. It's possible.
But also, one thing
you need the physical mechanisms to do these things.
Fundamentally,
and it's not worth it asking the Democratic or the Republican parties to please, can you make these things a little bit better?
Duttmeister, I need to make sure something. Duttmeister, your pronouns are he, him, right?
Yeah.
All right. Boys. I don't want to interrupt this like absolutely like stunning conversation. All right. You know that I love this. I feel like Pat is really in his element right now. I can see it in his eye. All right. Like, but I do have to go to bed. It is
Okay.
10
One thing I
o'clock.
do want to say, unless you
All right,
closing
what
remarks.
closing
that's debate
remarks?
parliament.
Okay,
That's
closing
debate parliament,
remarks.
right?
We're done by
My
10:30.
last remark is that I essentially agree with everything you said. The only thing that we got tripped up on is that I believe it's a fundamentally different question: is why Joe Biden should care about something, and then how or can we change Joe Biden to do something?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only point of contention that I had, is that I was arguing for the should. Why should he? For the same reason that I thought. And then changing his mind is much different.
Yeah.
What we can do to actually make him act differently, I agree, is very different, much more egalitarian, much more utopian in thinking that we can just change his behavior radically to, serve the common man. So I agree. I'm ending this with just an overall agreement with the things that you were saying.
Well, yeah, I'm going to end it with a disagreement because we've been arguing about this. So something has to not click. Something has to not click, right?
Sure.
I'm saying A, you're saying B, and maybe some parts are overlap, but not all of it. And you're talking about why should he care, and you're saying, you're claiming that's an idealistic position, essentially, that he should care, and for these reasons he should.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying when it comes to why should he care, I'm talking about material reality, right?
I'm just saying, do you care about these
And when
things?
it comes
Do you care about these things?
I think, yeah, I care about it, but when it comes to words like should, that is, I would say, a legitimate argument.
You want to get real philosophical about it.
Yeah, why not? I mean, what does it mean that he should care? Is it an idealistic thing or is it a material thing? I think
What does should mean?
I think that's legitimate. Yeah. What does freedom mean? What does liberty mean? I think those are legitimate questions.
There's some things that I would like to say, and maybe we can get back on a call again, like next week or something like that. If you have any free time, I would love to continue this because it's been enlightening, it's been fun. I at least on my side, I hope that there isn't like any animosity between us or anything like that. Like I feel as close to you as ever, and I'm impressed by you. I think your vocabulary is good. I think your manner of speaking good. I think you have a good voice as well. I'm surprised
You're a good talker.
I'm surprised you don't stream or something like that because you're adept at the conversation.
I mean, I did say I was decent at debate, so hopefully I can talk.
I agree. But yeah, I don't want to keep Johnny up. He has to be up to work in the morning. So thank you so much for coming on. And like I said, maybe we can do this again sometime soon if there's anything else that we want to talk about here, because it is fun to get into this kind of like verbal like sparring match that has no animosity behind it. You know what I mean? With these slight disagreements that we have.
Yeah, next time I'll be more debatey and just really be annoying.
Just that way, it's just like the two of you just trying to talk over each other for like 2.5 hours.
I'll be like Haas from.
So useful. When you piss someone else off and you get them screaming, they look like a fool.
Yeah.
They look stupid. They look emotional. And you know what? I'll take that any time of the day. I don't care if it makes my argument better or not. It makes me look good.
Yeah. Anytime you get somebody trying to like act tough or like aggressive at the camera, I'm just like, oh no, don't do that. Especially if it's like somebody that like I don't want you to fall for that. Like don't ever do that.
Yeah. I mean it's tough because it's like, I'm Polish. My whole family's Polish. My grandma doesn't like Germans. I don't give a shit about Germans. I don't trust them.
I don't know where this is going, but okay.
I don't know where it's going either, but
that's my closing remark. I don't trust
That's my closing remark. Don't trust the Germans.
I don't trust the Germans.
I work with Germans, and you know what? I had a question for them for some software that they wrote, and they're like, they said, the guy's response was, sluts, this is a mistake. I kid you not. He used that word. That was what he said. And I'm like, look, dude, I spent the past week arguing with a stupid customer about this stuff, and now you're telling me it's just wrong? No, I don't trust you anymore.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Don't trust Germans. That's my Sorry for the Germans in chat, but I can't trust the crowd.
I forget, was some
of you might be okay.
What nationality was Henry Kissinger again?
Kissinger?
Yeah.
Wow.
Is he German? I don't know. Sounds German to me. Anyways, right, this is a Revolution podcast, the alumni podcast of, our very own Marcus is streaming right now, and that's who we're going to be rating.
He was born Heinz Alfred Kissinger in Fürth, Bavaria, Germany.
What did I say about Germans? You can't.
What the fuck did I just get done saying? Oh, and his surname Kissinger is from being from the Bavarian spa town of Bad Kissingen. It is called BAD space Kissingen.
Bad Kissingen.
That's where the family's from.
That's what I'm saying.
So it looks like This is a Revolution podcast is currently going over the life and times of one Henry Bod Kissinger. So enjoy that tonight, everybody. Hope you had a lovely time. I know we did. Right?
Yeah,
we didn't meet the sub goal, but you know, it is what it is. You know, it's a fucking.
Coming on Friday, we're
yeah.
doing more nonsense.
Especially because it's like so close to Christmas. Like, I get it. You know, times are probably pretty tight for everybody. So, you know, is what it do. Oh, I thought they had a Henry Kissinger war crime. So, yeah, come Friday, right? We're going to have a whole lot of fun like we always do. We're sure that you'll all enjoy it. Also, Dupmeister, thank you for coming on, dude.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dupmeister. We appreciate it.
This was a lot of fun. You know, if I didn't have to worry about like the future of, you know, being able to keep a roof over my head, you know, and desperately needed to stream every single day to maintain it, right? I would have this go on for another 4 hours, but
yeah, dude, you're
I mean, I have work tomorrow too, but I just don't care as much. Well, I have more freedom, I guess, about it.
Well, you know.
I actually make more money than you too.
Tomorrow.
Do be different for some people, I guess.
Look, the real life advice is get a real job.
Dude, I fucking hate you guys. Lost Alarm, stay strong out there. And